quality goods. Have your say with Jewellery Maker FIFO reviews.
There are two easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day for only one P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Here at Jewellery Maker, we love seeing your jewellery creations, learning about your inspiration and reading your blogs. If you write your own craft or jewellery blog, then we'd love to hear from you. Simply tweet us at jewellery_maker UK with your blog link and we'll be in touch.
Good afternoon, welcome to Jewellery Maker. If you've just tuned in, I'm Hannah Stuart. Take you through until 6 o'clock this afternoon. Joined again. And do you know what? Joined again by Gemma Crow. First email open today was to say she's back again on like the 14th or something.
Yeah, 12th.
12th,
yeah.
There you go. Yay! She's back today. With us until 6 o'clock this afternoon as well with two amazing kits. It is Chips and Nuggets Day here, so we've got lots of chips and nuggets. In fact, I've got kunzite coming up in the first one and moonstone as well. So loads and loads of treats. Tanzanite nuggets as well, going to a ridiculously low price tag for you. Second kit today, ooh, masterclass kit. There's loads in that kit, absolutely loads. We've got lots coming up for you. Just listen to this. It is! It's like Christmas. Oh, so the bells. These are coming up for you at 3:30. They are your 925 solid sterling silver jingle bells. Yes. They're not technically all jingle bells, but they sound like jingle bells, and that's what I'm going to call them. So Gemma just said to me actually in the dressing room, she said, we were just talking about you outside, saying that pre-June, it's holidays, post-June, it's Christmas. That is me in a nutshell, isn't it? Those are coming up for you at 3:30 as your one to own this afternoon. At 1:30, check out this chain. This has been probably one of the most popular, I'd say, out of all of the chains that we've had. Just going to do it straight away, Wes, no messing. Straight in, weekend, the weekend. Why not, eh? Be rude not to, wouldn't it? Oh, hello. Sweet, loving this. This is coming up for you at 1:30. Big quantity, great price tag, 10 metres. That's really weighty actually. And Tanzanite coming up for you at 145. Silly price. Shall we? Under 10. Said it now. Under £10. This coming up for you at 145. So not long at all. There's some pinks in these. They're huge. Really sizable. So it is bonfire weekend. isn't it? Oh, fireworks night this weekend. Let us know what you're up to. 60777, start message with the word JM Studio. Are you having a barbecue? I mentioned the barbecue to Danny and he just looks at me like I've just gone a little bit crazy. Yeah, you know, but you put your coat on and everything and then you have hot dogs and, you know, your jacket potatoes and your chilli outside. Yeah, barbecue.
Yeah,
What are you doing, Gemma? You got any plans?
I'm working.
Are you?
Yeah. So, well, it's good working.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, I don't think we'll be doing anything this. To be honest, I completely forgot.
Well,
It's all been about Halloween.
Some sparklers on the way home. Do you know what? It's a bit of it because it's Halloween, isn't it? And then I'm just like Christmas, so just that kind of poor in between bit. Right, head pins, 95 solid sterling silver head pins. Did you get them last time? I did. I just logged on air, got them. Can't do what you got to do sometimes. 95 sterling silver head pins. Hang on a minute. That's a huge. Is this the same one that we had before? Because that's a huge bundle. Is that 100 pieces? Right, it's the same one that we had before. 100 of your 95 sterling silver featherweight head pins. So if you've missed out on those previously, we're going to give you another opportunity to get them at 2:40 this afternoon. I got mine. I got two of them. Oh, I can't pick them up now. Right, where should we start then? With a bang. See what I did there? Let's start with the pearls. Oh, look at these. Oh, do you know what? Some of the best iridescence in BY pearls, I think. Look at the colour of these, or colours, I should say. Peacock, freshwater cultured pearls you've got here. Your BY pearls, they are absolutely stunning. That iridescence that I'm referring to is a display of colours that you can see coming from the gemstones. So you've got greens, you've got golden hues, you've got purples, you've got beautiful blues, all of those peacock hues that you should be seeing. 16 by 7 to 22 by 9 millimetres in size. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17 individual gemstones you've got there. They are the real deal. Not fake, not synthetic. You've got the real deal there. Now, there is something very lovely about a really sizable, perfectly round pearl. They are beautiful, but they also command big, big price tags. For me, that irregular shape in a pearl says to me that these are the real deal. You know, if ever you're looking at fakes and synthetics, they all tend to be perfectly round. Never kind of get the irregular shape like this. They are stunning. Oh, Better Ryan is in at 1:05. I think he's in on his lunch break now, because usually Ryan, we see you at kind of 5 o'clock, 5:30. So we're like, working day done. He's in. It's early today, unless it's Friday, half a day maybe. 800 644 655 is how you can get involved this afternoon, or you can of course join us on website at JewelleryMaker.com. I was just look at the code for all of the code fans out there. Chips and Nugget Day. Yay! NUGP. I haven't been out much last 2 days, Gemma. NUGP 65 is your code for this one. We're at just £8.95 for you this afternoon. That is an incredible open up your order price tag. So if you've been watching all morning, perhaps haven't opened up your order yet, do it now. Do it now, because you can shop as many times as you like from midnight last night right through until midnight tonight, and you've got one postage and packaging of just £2.95. 1p&p, whether you've bought 10 things, 50 things, 100 things, £2.95 standard here in the UK. What would you do with your strand, Gemma, do you think?
I think there's some beautiful sapphires coming up later that I would pop in between and not in between to give them that lovely fluidity.
Oh my gosh.
They would look amazing.
They would look stunning with sapphires, wouldn't they? Sure, I got very irate this morning listening to a local radio station. They have like a competition where you have to answer so many questions within a minute. One of the questions was, what colour is sapphire?
What a silly question.
That's exactly what I thought, Gemma. Well, I knew that the person would say blue, because that's what... But I was like, actually, it doesn't just have to be blue. No, I did think about doing some. But I was driving, so... Yeah. Excuse me, I'll have you know that sapphire comes in many different colours. NUGP65, lots of you multi-buying for these. Louise in Nottingshire's got 2. Collect it in West Yorkshire, you've got 2 as well. Collect it in Lincolnshire, collect it in Merseyside. Better Ryan is there on the web. Elizabeth in Surrey, well done to you. 800 644 655. Well done. Well done. Can I just show you this as well? It's my favourite gemstone in the whole world. And you know, here at Jewellery Maker, I have never ever seen clarity on emeralds like this before. They are exceptional. And they're Zambian. They're Zambian. These are coming up for you at 5:40 this afternoon. Now, you know, we'll make no bones about it, they will be considered purchase. Clarity like this in emeralds does not pass us by every day of the week, every week of the month, every month of the year. I've never ever seen clarity like that in emeralds here at Jewellery Maker. They're coming up for you at 5:40 this afternoon. Gorgeous. Spinel. Oh, this would be perfect for the masquerade ball this weekend. Look at that.
That's beautiful.
Isn't that stunning? Oh, is this Gemma's challenge?
Yay.
Oh, that's stunning, isn't it?
It's exceptional, isn't it?
Really, it's just, oh, so sparkly. Oh dear. Our producer Danny's just told Wes that we don't need him now. Don't need you, Wes, on camera too, because actually that spinel is it's all right by itself. 135 carats of black spinel. They are absolutely. Oh, can you put me down for this, Danny, please? Get that book out. Get that book out. 135 carats. Oh my God, this is. Do you know what? It's the best strand of black spinel I've ever seen. I mean, I am hardly moving that on my hand at all. And the sparkle from it is just, I mean, look at that. Wow. That's like just the most lustrous, sparkly black spinel I've ever seen.
I know. I saw it sparkling through the opaque boxes. That's
wow.
Like, you know, when we come to look at them on the shelf, I saw that one through there. You just know what it is instantly, don't you?
Goodness me.
It's beautiful.
I could stare at this all day long. That is the most luxurious strand I think we've ever had here. 6.5 millimetres inside each of those gemstones. So actually, they're really sizable by themselves. Now, if you are brand new to us here at Jewellery Maker and you're perhaps thinking, where on earth do I start? Because, you know, it's what do you need to start out? Well, you know, a few tools would be helpful. Gemstones, obviously, and maybe some threading essentials and some findings. But, you know, it's probably gemstones that you'll first be drawn to here at Jewellery Maker because we have genuine gemstones. And of all of the genuine gemstones that we have, as far as building your stash is concerned, I would say to you, if they are black gemstones, if they are white, or if they are clear, they are gemstone essentials because there isn't anything that those gemstones will not work with in your stash. So it doesn't matter, you know, your future purchases, whatever coloured wires you prefer to use, whatever coloured chain or findings or threading materials, elastics, absolutely anything and everything will work with this colour gemstone. And I don't know if it is just me, but there is something about lustre that just makes a gemstone look so expensive, I think. Doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
So expensive, so high-end. 135 carats. Now, any day of the week, give me black spinel over black diamonds. Black spinel is the master of disguise because it's often mistaken for that of a black diamond, but sometimes black diamonds come with flaws and pits in them, which you don't always see in black spinel. But you've got, in fact, I think most of the time you get more lustre in spinel as well. It's just phenomenal. I would just restrand this, I think.
It's very tempting too,
yeah.
isn't it? Yeah, some spaces, maybe some of our Stardust spaces would look lovely in there. Or maybe some tiny seed pearls, or
that would look pretty, wouldn't it? Yeah, go for the kind of deco look with it.
Yeah, just to space them out a bit, just to make them go further. So you can have, you know, a whole suite with one strand, can't you?
You could put one of those in a ring, couldn't you? And you'd still get just the most incredible lustre from it.
Yeah. Definitely.
I'm getting mine today. £24.95. NJVX09 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655, 18 pennies a carat. Look how long that strand is as well. Look how many gemstones you've got there. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50, 52, 54, 56, 58, 61 approximately on that strand. 61 gemstones. Do you know what? I might have to multi-buy. Well, I'm just thinking, you know, restranding one into a necklace design would just look phenomenal. And you know, normally when you put, you know, a black gemstone against a black top, it would get lost. No, not this one. Look at that sparkle. So high-end, so glamorous. So I think I would buy 2 of these and I'd restrand one for sure. In fact, I'd go for the suite. I want the necklace, I want the earrings, I want the bracelet. Very red carpet. I mean, if you get yourself one of these, make a suite, that could be your Christmas piece of jewellery, couldn't it? That could be your New Year's Eve going out piece of jewellery, couldn't it?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I might make a suite for, you know, wearing on Christmas Day.
You're thinking about the next night out already, Gemma?
No.
After the last one?
Just Christmas Day.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that already. 0800 644 655. NJVX09 is your code for this one. Mary in County Low, Elaine in Yorkshire, Sally in Somerset, Elaine in Greater London, collect in Surrey, Susan in Swansea, well done. Irene in Sussex, well done to you. Susan in Yorkshire, Janet in West Yorkshire, collect in Buckinghamshire, collect in Lincolnshire, collect in Merseyside, Isabel in Angus, you're there as well, congratulations to you. 0800 644 655. Do you know what? When you get this home and you make that piece of jewellery and you wear that piece of jewellery, you will get compliments no end constantly. It's one of those. You cannot help but home in on this strand, can you, and this gemstone. It is so sparkly. If you have this in your basket right now, just make sure that you are checking out as soon as you possibly can. You're going to love that when you get that home. That's the first one on my list today, and it's only 1:15. Oh
dear.
Oh.
It's been an expensive day.
It is. It was the last time I was here as well, actually. One of our customers messaged me messaged me on Facebook and said, if you want them, I can't remember which strand it was because I do say I want quite a lot of things. She said, if you want them, I've got them. I'll send them to you. And then she sent another message a bit later on saying, actually, I think you've got yourself enough now. I maybe not send them to you. Is this sapphire that you're talking about, Gemma?
Yes. Isn't that beautiful?
Oh my gosh. Burmese sapphire. Oh, sweet swoo.
It's almost
Burmese
pearlescent.
sapphire.
Isn't it? It's almost pearlescent. It's beautiful.
It has. It's almost got that kind of. You know how sometimes with kyanite, especially when it's not faceted, you get that silky like luster that is almost pearlescent.
Yeah.
It's like that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Absolutely gorgeous.
Just exquisite. Now this is 20 carats of sapphire. Going back to what I was just saying actually about listening to that competition on the radio this morning that did make me a bit angry. But you know, they said what colour is sapphire? And obviously the right answer was blue, but you know, that is a particular colour of sapphire, but obviously it comes in many different colours. But that's the thing, you know, that's what we automatically think, isn't it? You know, somebody says sapphire, we automatically think blue or royalty, you know, one or the other. It is a gemstone that has been worn by kings and queens for centuries, for hundreds and hundreds of years. And it's one of your big five, it's one of the most precious gemstones on the planet. Sapphire, other than diamonds, probably the world's most famous, and 95% of the entire world's supply is treated in some way. Now there's nothing wrong with that at all. Wherever there's room for improvement, we will absolutely do it. This strand is part of only 5% of the entire world's supply that is completely natural. So already, this already puts us kind of up a notch for price because it's completely natural. So the rarity you've got there is already considerably more than a treated sapphire. Then, top of that list, you've got location. You've got one of the best locations in the world for sapphire. Burmese sapphire is the cream of the crop to gem collectors. Other than your cashmere, it's an absolute must. Danny's just been onto a search engine and typed in Burmese sapphire. He's found a ring. If you've got a spare £70,000. Quite pricey, isn't it? Yeah, I know. Think of the gemstones you could buy from Jewellery Maker with £70,000. This is unbelievable what we have here. Excuse me. Not only do you have the rarity of sapphire anyway, the rarity of a natural sapphire, you've got Burmese sapphire. To be able to get this under £100 for 20 carats is ridiculous, I tell you. You've got to come in and get this today. Definitely get your certificate of authenticity with this one. I would. 25p if you add it to your order, or you can print it off at the web free of charge if you wish to do so. www.jewellerymaker.com. 1mm to 4x2mm in size, and that is an 18cm strand that you've got there. PGGZ01 is your code for this one. £39.95. I don't know if you're thinking of Christmas yet, like me, but if you're thinking of Christmas presents, if you know anybody that is a collector of gemstones, can you imagine? I mean, to be given, you know, your favourite gemstone or a very collectible gemstone is one thing, but for somebody to give you natural Burmese sapphire, I couldn't part with this. I'd have to lock it away.
Yeah. It'd be definitely one of those ones that go away in the box and you can just keep bringing it out now and again. Something really special, like, I don't know, your daughter's wedding or your niece's wedding or something like that. That's when that would come out, isn't it?
Definitely. That would be going into your family heirloom piece of jewellery, wouldn't it? And also, it's Burmese sapphire. I can't use the word investment, or should I say I'm not allowed to tell you to come in and buy it as an investment, but I have to use the word essentially. PGGZ01 at $39.95. 0800 644 655, or on the web this afternoon. 30-day money back guarantee. So if you get this home and within that 30 days for whatever reason you change your mind, if you think, do you know what, it's not worth $39.95, do you know what, I just don't like it, do you know what, it's not for me, I'm not going to do anything with it. £39.95 for 20 carats. That is like less than £1.74 per carat. Is it not closer to £2? Did you use a calculator for that? Put the wrong price in. I thought so. Just thinking, hang on, yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's closer to £2. I tell you, using a calculator, you still can't work it out. Well done. Right. Opal for you. Put those with the black spinel, couldn't you?
That gives it a totally different look, doesn't it?
Yeah. Really, really does. Look at that. Thing is, you could put anything with this black spinel.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Absolutely anything you like. Your favourite gemstone, your birthstone. Do you know what? This spinel is going to be the talk of the rest of the show. I'm going to pop that to one side because Gemma needs to work her magic with
Can I take it?
You can.
Yay.
I like necklaces, I like bracelets, I'm not fussy really, Gemma.
We do want to share,
you know.
shall we?
Yeah, get a few pairs of earrings out of that. 90 carats of pink opal you've got here. Desert island size indeed, 6mm round. Whenever we talk about the desert island size, basically, what I mean by that is most of our guest designers here at Jewellery Maker will say that if they are sent to a desert island, on the Jewellery Maker cruise ship. And they're only allowed to take one strand with them. Doesn't matter what the gemstone, they can choose the gemstone, whatever, but what shape and size would it be? 6mm round, nearly every single time, because there isn't anything that you can't do with this shape and size in a gemstone for whatever medium you work in, whether it be wire work, whether it be chainmail, whether it be macrame or kumihimo. This will work in your designs. It really, really will. But that's the size, that's the shape of your gemstone. But then actually you've got a big carat weight, 90 carats of genuine pink opal here. Many opals, or many of you may be familiar with, your kind of Ethiopian opals or your Australian opals. On the high street you tend to see one or the other, or both perhaps. So your Australian opal is kind of, you know, your opaque gemstone that has lots of play of colour in, and then you've got your Ethiopian opal that has almost a transparency to it as well, and an inner glow to it. So those are the two opals that we're quite familiar with. A lot of people, when shown gemstones like this or strands like this, don't realise what it is, because there's so many varieties of opal, so many different colours, so many different the colour range for opal is phenomenal. Here at Jewellery Maker we bring you the Ethiopian, we bring you the Australian, we bring you the blues, the greens, we bring you fire opal, we bring you the pinks as well. It's great to have all of that variety in your stash at home, and this makes for a very collectible gemstone as well, your pink opal. 90 carats in total. It's very girly, isn't it? Really girly colour you've got there. $10.95 is a great price tag already. In fact, bottom line lowest, this should be what, $14.95? I think we should do that one day. I think I should come in and price everything. Yeah, this would be $14.95. Oh, that black spinel we had, ooh, that would have been about $49.95. Good job, Danny. I wouldn't have put a £6.95 price tag on this at all. $6.95 for opal. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36. Do you know what? There's probably a good 60 gemstones on that strand there. That's a few stretchy bracelets, that's a necklace, that's earrings galore, isn't it? There's so much you could be doing with that strand. Just get yourself one strand at a time perhaps, and start making the basics, like your stretchy bracelet, like your simple earrings and things like that. And if it is your very first order, you will get a getting started booklet and a getting started DVD. As well, which will help you along the way, tell you about some of the essential tools you'll need and some of the essential findings, and that's it, then you're good to go. But if you're regular here at Jewellery Maker and you are topping up your stash today, what a way to be topping it up with as well. You could just knot these, couldn't you? Yeah, you could, yeah, you could pearl knot with those, they look lovely. But like you said, they are so versatile. Yeah. You know, 6mm you can do anything with, really. These would look nice with tanzanite, wouldn't they? That blue. They would, yeah. The blue and the pinks together. Or aquamarine. Yeah, I was going to say amazonite, that sort of hue works really nicely with them. Yeah, turquoise. Ooh, going on holiday? I need one. 0800 644 655. There's loads of you with these in your baskets. Have a look at it with these tanzanite nuggets. Wow. Oh, see, that for me is perfect combination. The beautiful baby pinks, gorgeous blues there as well. Pete in Gloucestershire, you've got 2. Jazz in Derbyshire's got 2. Leslie in Hampshire's got 2. Sally in Somerset, you've got 2 as well. Loads of you multi-buying on this. Massive well done to you. They are gorgeous. Jim macrame, they look fabulous. They would, wouldn't they? Stunning. Katie, KY83 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655. So with Bonfire Night this weekend, let's rename some fireworks and incorporate gemstones into the name. So you know, like the Catherine wheel, what, I don't actually know the name. Kunzite wheel. Huh? You could do a Kunzite wheel. Kunzite wheel? That doesn't work, does it? Oh, I don't know, the kind of carnelian wheel. I don't think we really understood what I'm trying to say.
haven't thought this through, have you, really?
No, not really. I'm just thinking, let's rename fireworks with gemstone names. So it could be...
I don't know any firework names.
No, but you can just make them up. You don't have to
Okay.
know the actual names.
Oh, okay.
I just said the catamaran because that is the only actual name that I know. Rocket's a good one. That was the question on that quiz this morning, I heard as well. What lettuce leaf shares the same name as a firework? He said iceberg. I've never seen that firework before. I've never seen that one. I was there saying, rockets! See, because Tanzanite, I think Tanzanite's quite a fireworky name. Like because I think it's the IT fire opal. Bonfire opal. Brilliant. Somebody's texting who kind of understands. Sapphire sizzler. Yeah. Like that. Sapphire sizzler. That's that one. But that's the only text I've had so far. That's top of the list. Lovely. It is 1:30. It's time for a star buy. What about Spinel Sparkler? Good old sparkler. Well, who else told me? Did you think that one up? No, I just thought that one all by myself. Have a look at this chain. Now, this I think is one of the most popular. We bring you a lot of chain here at Jewellery Maker. I can see why straight away. You can see from there. Oh, it's gorgeous. I mean, look at that for lustre. That is literally all I would do with my chain. Surprise, surprise. Just take a long length and layer that look up. That is the most lustrous chain. It's gorgeous. And do you know what helps as well is that those links are so sizable. So it's silver plated, which will give you the same lustre as solid 925 sterling silver. But because those links are really, really huge, that gives you a huge surface area on each of those links. So that light is just bouncing back off. That is absolutely stunning. Look at that. That's like a firework, isn't it? You have, how many grams? 112 grams in total. That is a massive, massive amount that you have there. 112 grams. So it is it copper or brass? Doesn't say on my graphicals. I'm just wondering because the weight of this is really, really weighted. Copper. Silver plated copper you've got here. But, you know, you've got 112 grams there, and a lot of that obviously is the copper, but you've got to take into consideration the fact that this is actually silver plated as well. And that is a 10-metre length that has been silver plated. So that is in actual fact a lot of silver that you have in the making of this as well. Now, with those links being so sizable, you could very easily get your thicker gauges of wire through there if you wanted to. You could get your head pins through there as well. You could even, on some of our charms, you've got lobster claw fastenings, bolt ring fastenings. You could potentially get some of those through there as well because they are so sizable. That's gorgeous, this chain.
It is. It's really twinkly, isn't it? Really lustrous, that one. Goes great with the black spinel. It's just that dotted in and around. That would look lovely.
Can you imagine this as a body chain, Gemma?
Yeah, yeah,
that
that's
would
exactly.
just be like...
Yeah, that's exactly what I would use that for because it's got a lot of movement.
Yeah.
And it's got all that twinkle. So that combined with other styles of chain as well would look great.
Yeah. Oh, gorgeous, wouldn't it? If you've got different styles of chain, maybe these silver ones, but maybe mix them up as well. So practice. Experiment is the word I meant to use. Experiment with, your different coloured chains. So perhaps you've got a rose gold chain, perhaps you've got a gold one at home, twisting them together. Just see how those colours work together. But of course, as always, great to have different options on your craft stall as well. If you're somebody that is selling jewellery, it's great to have, your silver, your gold, your rose gold as well, because we all have our own preferences when it comes to your coloured metals as well. 10 metres in total. And do you know what? Because of the weight of this as well, the fluidity is just lush. It really, really is. I love that waterfall. Look at Danny getting right right into the mode. Got Dan in the gallery. That is fantastic. I love that. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to do my layered up look again just because it looks so good from there. It does. In fact, if I take a metre, let's have a look. Are you keeping a tally? Layered up look and Christmas. You could have that layered up look for Christmas, couldn't you? Oh, look at that. So that's a metre long length that I've got there. And I've managed to do that layered up look very, very well as well. But you could take more just for yourself if you want to. You can sell it by the inch on your craft stall. But with 1 metre, you could get 2 16-inch lengths for necklaces, and you'll have enough left for a 7-inch bracelet as well. So with 10 metres, that is 20 16-inch necklaces and 10 7-inch bracelets, and you will still have some left over for earrings as well if you wanted to. Oh, imagine this as earrings. So if I measure out, there's 16 inches there. Pop that on. So that is 16 inches. I always refer to 16 inches because it's one of the most popular sizes here in the UK. So that is pretty much end to end, that 16-inch length that you've got there. And so once you've added a clasp in, it might be a little bit more. But obviously, you don't have to go for that if you don't want it. It might be an 18-inch length necklace that you want. It might be 30. I do like 30-inch necklaces, I have to say, especially if you've got a big cabochon. And if you have as well got a big wire-wrapped cabochon, that's going to be perfect, isn't it? Because this chain is so weighty, it will really hold a lot of weight there as well. Big wire-wrapped cabochon on there, £9.95 for you this afternoon. That's unbelievable. That's £1 a metre. So that would cost me, if I break my metre down to 3 components, that's 33 pence per component. I'm losing the chain. Yikes. 33 pence for a 16-inch length cost. That's it. That's it. That's incredible, isn't it? Just phenomenal. You're seeing £2.75. That's good. For 1 metre, Danny's found a price online, £2.75 for 1 metre. That's really, really good.
I saw some when I was away on holiday, chain, and I thought, oh, that's a great price, and it said anything between £1.80 and £3, £4, £5, depending on the weight of the chain.
Yeah.
I thought, that's brilliant. So I went to go get some, and it wasn't. It was per foot.
Ooh.
So it would be times 3 for that. So,
goodness.
Yeah,
it's interesting actually, and look, do your research, go on the internet, look in other shops, and if you live, kind of near the Jewellery Quarter in Birmingham or anywhere like that, just get prices, just see how competitive we are, because it is really, really easy to get complacent here at Jewellery Maker. We're all used to these prices now, so for us this is just the norm really, but compared to elsewhere, I tell you, we will not be beaten. Well done if you've got that. Danny in Kent's just got 3. 3! That's 30. Imagine what you could do with 30 metres. You ever thought about making a skirt, Gemma?
Yeah, clothes. Yeah, I've thought about it. You just don't get time.
Yeah. Do you know, the only reason I just thought, because I saw a lovely. No, I was doing an impression of Gemma, kind of laughing at me, like, oh yeah, because I've got 50 years of time to make a chain skirt. No, I just had. Do you know what? When I was talking about it, I just had this image in my head because I saw a lovely metallic skirt the other day when I was shopping. Mm-hmm. And I can't wear it now because it wasn't a maternity skirt. It was but I just thought, how lovely would that be? And that just popped into my head. And then I thought, do you know what? If you could get lengths of chain and just embellish that skirt, it would look phenomenal. Yeah, that's something you see on the catwalk, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it is easy to do. Yeah, you just need a bit of time, a bit of planning, and ideally some sort of dummy or something, a tailor's dummy to work on.
I'll do it. Can you put me down for that as well, Danny, please? Thanks, love. Right. Oh, the 925. Oh, look at this. 925 sterling silver spacer cord end you've got here. Isn't this just gorgeous? Now, it does say 2 pieces. Oh, I do have 2 pieces. The other one's hiding. There we go. If you do your kind of kumihimo and you know, your macrame or anything like that, where a lot of you use your cord ends, this is like the cream of the crop. As far as cord ends go, these are gorgeous. 925 solid sterling silver, so that's 3.5 grams. And for cord ends, that's a lot of 925 sterling silver, more than enough to make it. In fact, that could be 2 rings. And you also have them embellished with 54 points black. So I'm just thinking that strand that Gemma's got over there. Gemma's waving at me now. Look what I've got. Yeah, I'm sure that would work, wouldn't it?
Just pop it.
Just popping the gemstone in there. Thanks, Gem.
You need 2 of those as well now, so we have to put 2 of those down on the list.
Oh my gosh, you could find a way of popping it in that way, or you could pop it in that way. Sorry. What was that? What was that? Oh, you could connect those in the middle, couldn't you? And have that in the centre.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, join those together, have that as your focal point.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the value of, I mean, if you saw something like that with that kind of carat weight of spinel, that 925 sterling silver, and that's like, that would be a 3-figure piece, surely.
That's what you would expect, isn't it?
Yeah,
definitely.
Absolutely. That would look absolutely gorgeous. So if you came in and got the black spinel and you're thinking of a way to finish that off,
love that.
That'd be the absolute dream. I want these. It's only 22. Do I need to calm down a little bit, or can I just squeeze one more thing on the list? £19 and 95 pence for your cord ends there. And do remember that 925 solid sterling silver. Gemma's like, I've only had it for 5 minutes. She's already taken it back off me. 925 solid sterling silver will add value to your pieces, and we've always told you that here at Jewellery Maker. But now, because of the 30% price increase, do take that into consideration when you're selling on your silver. These will come to you without that 30% price rise, because we have had these in the building for some time now. But going forward, you will see that here at Jewellery Maker. But a lot of places now, a lot of jewellers, a lot of people that are in the industry have already put their prices up by 30%. That's everywhere. That's what's happened now. That's what we're going to see going forward. We've just dropped that by 25%. Not up by 30, down by 25. £14 and 95 pence for your cord ends there. They don't have to be cord ends if you don't want them to. There's no reason why you couldn't make a beautiful pair of earrings with these. Have your chain dangling down in the middle of them. Have those tassels of chain, would look gorgeous. Or some drops of those black spinel again.
Yeah.
Lush, wouldn't it? And actually, that's another 54 points that you've got there, added to that massive carat weight of spinel that you had as well. At $14.95, that is fantastic. 0800 644 655 KM. PK04 is your code for these. Make sure you're checking out on the web as soon as you can for those. Love them. Oh, I'm gonna have to get those as well. Oh, didn't we have this bundle the other day? I remember this. Have a look. 2 strands. Two. I mean, this has got to be good, hasn't it? Because, you know, chrome dioxide, it's a considered gemstone, you know. Whenever we bring you this gemstone, just one strand, we'll say it will be a considered purchase. Chrome dioxide comes all the way from Siberia in Russia, where temperatures can reach as low as -45 degrees. Obviously, that is Baltic. That's very, very cold. So the ground freezes over completely, so we cannot gain access to the mine at all. It's an absolutely impossible task, you know, it's not even worth thinking about. But there's 2 months of the year that it may warm up slightly, July and August. An 8-week window is all that we have to try and gain access to the mine. If we do, we then have to hope that we can get some chrome dioxide, and then if we do find some chrome dioxide, we've got to hope that it is gemstone quality as well, you know. I have 2 strands here. I have got a huge carat weight, 200 carats in total, 130 carats in your 6mm desert island size there, and 75 carats in your 4mm rounds. That is a huge, just one of these strands. Now, I'm not telling you to do this, but I think you could quite easily come in for these strands and sell one of those strands and get your money back for both of them. So essentially you'd be getting a strand paid for yourself, you know. Chromed upside is so collectible, and it's completely natural as well. It's got the most vivacious, most lustrous depth of colour. That saturation of colour is dreamy. That's the colour that emeralds dream to be right there. As green as you like. And those tones, do you know what I love these strands though, because you've got those different tones there. You've got those deep dark, real deep rich forest greens, and then you've got brighter, more vivid colours there. You've got almost lime greens coming through, almost Wimbledon greens, as I call them. Yeah, gorgeous. And you know what? You will get two. So it's £79.95. This is chromed upside. This kind of carat weight. I mean, thinking of rings, think of rings, okay? So it might be that you've managed to see a design with 2 carats in. I mean, a 2 carat design for chromed upside would be a huge carat weight for a ring or a necklace or whatever. That's 2 carats. But then when you look at these gemstone strands individually, you've got 130 carats in one strand and 75 carats in another. That's ridiculously huge. £79.95, that's £40 per strand, and we are not even staying there this afternoon for you. SYPO60 is your code for these at £59.95. That is £60 pretty much for 200 carats. That's like £3, no. That's not £3 something per carat. That's 30 something pence per carat. 29 pennies per carat for chromed upside. I don't know if I've ever said that before. £59.95. What would you do with yours, Gemma?
Well, they're definitely a Christmas strand, aren't they?
Oh.
So I think with a big poinsettia on, or you know, just a strand, or even with your poppies for Remembrance Sunday, you know, they look great to really bring out a red. And for me, red and green is Christmas, isn't it? Yeah, it's just traditional. So
red, green, maybe a bit of gold in there as well. Oh, exciting! Maybe some flashing lights. I'm just joking. Just joking. £59.95. SYPO60 is your code for these. 0800 644 655. Get your certificate of authenticity with these as well. This is a collector's gemstone. And do remember, it's one of those gemstones for me that actually, if you, let's say you had it in a piece of jewellery on your craft stall, and it was, let's say, I don't know, let's say a pair of earrings with you know, 3 gemstones in each ear, and that pair of earrings was £10. If that was me as a gem collector, if you like, I would be thinking, that can't be real chromed upside at £10. It would make me doubt the authenticity of the gemstone. So if you are somebody that wants to pass on your deals, get your certificate of authenticity so that you can back that up. But this is why we say, you know, don't underprice with things. You know, really have a think about your prices. Do your research with your prices as well. My goodness me, at £59.95. To say you get your money back if you made a sweet with these, or just one strand. Oh. Understatement. Sue in Cheshire, Deborah in Derbyshire, Eleanor in Barcelona, Violet in Greater Manchester, Nikki in Cambridgeshire, you're there as well. Well done to you. You're going to absolutely love them when you get them home. Imagine with citrine as well. Gorgeous. It is time. Bread and the Star, bye. These are huge. You know, it's not just kind of, I mean, it's chips and nuggets day. These are not chips, are they? They're your nuggets. And we're not talking Golden Arches nuggets. We're talking kind of Mr. Kentucky nuggets. You know, They are huge, absolutely beautiful. Do you know what the first thing that strikes me about this strand is the colour? The depth of colour. I mean, these are not pale in any way, shape or form. If we had to grade this strand, or if you were asking me my opinion on grade for this strand, it would be a minimum of AAA. Because in my opinion, they are of intense colour. Every single one of those has the bluest of blues. Oh, look at those. I love them. I absolutely love them. The colour, the rawness of the shape that you have here as well in your nuggets. Loads of big jewellery designers at the moment using nuggets, you know, and tumble stones in their designs. That organic look, the kind of less is more, it's just so on trend at the moment. This strand would be fantastic if you are a follower of fashion, or, you know, if you do your craft fairs. You've got to have something that's on trend. You've got to have something that's up to date, haven't you? These would be perfect in that sense. But then, let's just think about that gemstone. 65 carats of tanzanite you have here. So, tanzanite is a gemstone. Do you know, I've been telling you for, well, for the last 11 years of my career that this gemstone is a one-generational gemstone. And I have always taken that for granted. I've always kind of taken it with a pinch of salt and just sort of, nah, we won't run out of tanzanite, it'll be fine. And then probably, I would say about 3 years ago now, maybe a little bit more, that we were told that this is, you know, this is looking pretty bleak now, actually. It's only been discovered in one place in the entire world, the foothills of Mount Kilimanjaro over in Tanzania. It was discovered in 1967, and since then it has not been found anywhere else on the planet. So a good few years ago, we were kind of told that actually, you know, we've moved along. We've been in A block, we've been in B block, we've been in C block, we're now into D block. And the D block, which is the name of the mine, if you like, the section of the mine, so the seam, we were rumoured to be 1,000 metres below the surface. So what was coming out was actually a very, very poor quality because we were so deep into that seam. But generally, when you are doubling the distance that you're mining, you can double the price tag of the gemstone. And that's the general rule of thumb. Except for tanzanite, because of the rarity of tanzanite, it didn't just double in price tag. It didn't just triple. It didn't just quadruple. It did so much more than that. And prices, in fact, we've not seen a bigger rise for any other coloured gemstone in the industry. Tanzanite has shot through the roof. So we've always kind of known, you know, for the last couple of years that this situation isn't good. Prices have gone up everywhere. It's getting more and more difficult to buy because the quality is lacking as well, because we're so deep into that mine. So it's really been bleak for some time. And then a good, I don't know, 2 months ago now, perhaps, we had an email when we came in and it just said Tanzanite news, and I really thought that that was it. I thought, right, this is going to be the Tanzanite news, the mine's depleted, that's it. Luckily it wasn't. However, that email was just to let us know about a ban that had been put in place for the mining of tanzanite. So as far as we're aware, it's still in place at the moment. So there's actually nothing coming out of the ground. So that very same day that that news hit the gemstone industry, prices went up, and we watched them that day. The space that I'd come in and read that email at 11 o'clock in the morning, and coming on air at 1 o'clock, I had gone online several times and I had seen prices going up for this gemstone as that news was spreading. It's absolutely bonkers how people reacted to this. But luckily for us, our gem hunter has a very good relationship with the mine owners over at Tanzanite One, so we've always kind of had the best pickings. You know, we've been able to go straight over to the mine ourselves, pick the best of the bead quality, and get great deals. So we've cut out the middleman in the process so that we can bring you really, really great prices. So for us, and with this tanzanite strand, for example, we could have bought this 6 years ago. This could have been with our cutting house for 3 years. You know, generally gemstones stay in the industry for approximately 50 years. So this is why you kind of get that jet lag effect sometimes with certain gemstones, like your tanzanite. So for us, we haven't seen any of our tanzanite rise in price significantly because we've had it for so long in Avil. We secured those deals. We're still passing those deals on. So every time that you see tanzanite here at Jewellery Maker and we say, buy it where you can, I just cannot say that to you enough, because it will run out. That's my opinion. It will run out. I don't see that this is going to be discovered anywhere else. It hasn't yet. I mean, 1967, how many years is that? We're looking at nearly 50 years. We're looking at nearly 50 years now, and it's not being discovered anywhere else. I don't think it ever will be. I'm not saying it definitely won't, but my opinion is that it won't be. If that mine depletes and we are told that there is no more tanzanite, I dread to think what will happen with prices for this gemstone. I cannot even begin to imagine. We've already seen it ridiculously rocket. I dread to think. But you know what? If you come in here at Jewellery Maker and you've got yourself a little stash of tanzanite, won't you be rubbing your hands together? £9.95. That is 65 carats in total you have there. 5x2 to 10x4 millimetres in size, and that is an 18 centimetre strand. I am so coming in for this strand today. I'm so going to be getting this. That price tag is absolutely ridiculous, under £10. Telephone bidders, by the way, I would start dialing, because there is about to be a very, very big queue on those telephone lines. And let me tell you, if you have this in your basket right now on the web, now is not the time. Now is not the time to be chilling out, sitting back and relaxing. I would check out as quickly as you possibly can. 65 carats at £6.95. I was looking at an advent calendar on Tuesday that was more than that. 10 pennies a carat.
That's ridiculous, isn't it?
10 pence a carat. My gosh, you're telling me that my pocket money from 1985 could have bought me a carat of tanzanite? That's incredible. Isn't that? Well, I tell you, you know, somebody said to you, what can you get for 10p these days? What can you get for 10p? You can't even get a Freddo Frog for 10p now. He's like 25 pence, isn't he? No, you can't do that. You can't have, nobody has penny sweets anymore, because it's kind of pick a mix. We all know what pick a mix is.
We do, don't we?
Pop them on the scales. Forget it. £6.95. What can you get with your 10p pocket money, Hannah, from 1985? Carat tanzanite. Check me. A carat of tanzanite for 10 pennies. Have you ever heard anything so ridiculous? I think that's the lowest price I've ever seen for a gemstone here at Jewellery Maker. I'm sure of it. 10 pence for tanzanite. 10 pence.
It's not making sense, is it really?
No. No. 10 pence for a carat of tanzanite. My goodness. I mean, more often than not, we go under £1 for a carat on most gemstones here at Jewellery Maker. With tanzanite, it's all about the colour. And there may be nuggets, but check out the colour. Oh my days. I've got so many of you buying 2s, 3s, 4s. In fact, I've got a collector in Leicestershire buying 5. Well done to you. I'm getting this one. In fact, I'm getting 3. I'm going to get 3.
At that price, you just get it just in case, don't you?
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? It's incredible value.
Yeah. Even if you don't like to particularly work with chips and nuggets, just keep them for a while. Just see what happens to tanzanite prices, and in 10 years from now, it might be that actually you decide to sell them. Entirely up to you. 0800 644 655. Chips and nuggets, they're just great for it. I love chips and nuggets in earrings, clustered earrings. They look beautiful in macrame. They look fantastic. Crochet.
Yeah.
They look stunning as well. Coming up, in fact, any of the kits that we've got today, chips and nuggets in there for you, this would work fantastically with. Really, really would. Maynard in County Durham, you've got 2. Patricia in Greater London, you've got 2. Anita in Yorkshire's got 2. Pete in Gloucestershire's got 3. Jane in Wiltshire's got 2. Gail in Lincolnshire's got 2. Helen in Glamorgan's got 2. Mary in Warwickshire's got 2. Susan in Swansea's got 3. Irene in Sussex has got 3. Collector in Cheshire's got 2. Amanda in Nottinghamshire's got 2. Collector in Oregon, you've got 3. There's just so many of you multi-buying. Well done. MC, are you 23? Do remember that if you don't check out, that price tag will go back up, so please, please make sure that you are as soon as you can. Coming up for you after the break, I've got the kit. It's called Angel Wings. You are going to love it. I'll see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time.
If for any reason you're not satisfied with your purchase, you have the benefit of our no-quibble 30-day money-back guarantee. Just complete the returns form enclosed with your goods and send them back for a full refund. Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker. Jewellery Maker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information. When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today. There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker. Welcome to Jewellery Maker. We're live every day from 8 AM to 11 PM.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. If you just tuned in, it's time for the first kit of the day as well, which is just, I love this. Joe, I hadn't even seen any of your pieces, but just because it was called Angel Wings, I was like, I love this kit already. Yeah. I love this kit. I love angels and I love angel wings. Just stunning. Have a look. I'm going to call this the masterpiece because it's just stunning. I love this, Gemma.
Yeah, it's
so pretty.
I thought it was going to be a necklace.
Oh.
And then I thought, you know, that would look gorgeous on the back of your head with your hair up, you know, on a big bun, so that it's just sort of at the back of your hair. But you can use it in a necklace as well, or as a cuff on a bracelet. Yeah.
Oh, that would look incredible, wouldn't it? On a and a brooch as well.
On a brooch, yeah. A big scarf pin maybe at the centre of a big scarf.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I love that. So how long did that piece take you? Because there's a lot of work in that, isn't
there? Quite a while, that one, because it's all the weaving and into the edges, so it does take a while to build it, but it's one of those ones you can have sort of sat and you can do one frond at a time. I think that's what we call them, a frond, at a time, and just let it grow by its, as you go, so you don't have to do it all at once.
Oh, I love it.
It is pretty.
I love that design. It's just gorgeous. And I suppose you could do that kind of on a smaller scale if you wanted to, for a pendant or...
Yeah, absolutely. You downscale the wire slightly, and then, you can make it even smaller. Yeah.
Oh, I love it. It's just stunning. Love the necklace as well, actually. Have a look at the necklace with the howlite. Is it howlite or is it magnesite? Apologies. In the kit. Magnesite. I love that. Chips and nuggets are great for that movement, and with tassels being so on trend as well at the moment. That's really, really stunning. Love that. And then this necklace here with the Swarovski and the kunzite and the moonstone.
Well, it's gorgeous because the kunzite glows. Yeah. Obviously, the Swarovski sparkles, and the moonstone just gives you that shimmer, it's ethereal, the whole thing together.
It is. It's a very angelic kit, isn't it, as well?
It is. It works together really lovely.
Really beautiful designs. Chips and nuggets are fat. I love them. I love the irregular shapes. I love the fact that with these particular strands here as well, is that you've got some so sizable that you can just use them by themselves. You could just pop one into a ring, wire wrap one into a ring, and it would look stunning, or pop one onto a pendant and it would look fabulous. 3 incredible pieces of jewellery there, Gemma. Did you have anything left over?
Oh, yeah, loads and loads. I've got all of these, which are a mix of moonstone and kunzite.
You forget how far they go, chips and nuggets.
I've got all of nearly a whole strand of the magnesite.
Goodness.
But so I mean, I could have gone on with it. I was just limited on time this week, so I did the wings and made those the main piece. But you can do all sorts with this. Crochet would be another lovely technique to use with these chips and nuggets.
Oh, fab. Do you know what? This is limited, this kit. There's only 70 available. And I know that so many, we've had these discussions before, especially with yourself, Gemma, about a lot of you tuning in and watching Jewellery Maker and buying your genuine gemstones because, you are a particularly spiritual person, you believe in the healing properties and all that. So this kit, I know you're going to love it, and I know it's going to fly out the door very, very quickly. So with only 70 chances, just make sure that you're coming in nice and early. Now I'm going to show you exactly what you have in this kit, and that's another thing with chips and nuggets. Like I just said, you forget how far they go. You look at a design like this and you think, wow, that's gem heavy. Surely there's not going to be much left. No. But there's loads.
Loads, yeah.
Absolutely loads. So you have 310 carats of kunzite. 310 carats. Just this by itself, that kind of carat weight is fantastic. The evening gemstone you have there with beautiful, beautiful phosphorescence, which basically means it has the ability to retain light. So it's like the luminous hands on a watch. Basically, if you take that out into the sunlight, it will absorb that daylight, absorb that energy, taken into a darker room, will then literally glow in the dark. It's a very romantic gemstone, but also on the flip side again, with the name of this kit and that etherealness that we were just talking about. Yeah. It's perfect gemstone to have in this kind of kit, isn't it?
It is perfect, yeah.
You've got your white moonstone there as well, 230 carats in total of your white moonstone, 100% natural, and then you have your white magnesite there as well, 350 carats in total, and that is also completely natural there as well. Those nuggets, when you look at the sizes there, you can see that just that one gemstone there. If I was to wire wrap that into a statement ring, it would look gorgeous, and that would be a statement piece of jewellery, just one of those nuggets. But on some of these strands, you've got to be looking at well into 100 gemstones on each of those strands there. It's absolutely packed. You've got a lot of wire. You have your 1.25mm gauge, your 0.4 and your 0.6, 10 metres of each. So the gauge that I'm referring to is the thickness of the wire. So your 1.25mm gauge is one of the thickest gauges that we bring you. This is great for torque necklaces, and for your structural pieces, for rings, adjustable bangles and things like that. You then got your 0.6 there as well, which can be used as a weaving wire, but can almost always, no, what's the word? Also, there we go. It can also be used as a more structured wire if you're binding that together with, for example, your 0.4 wire that you've got there as well. So you've got a great selection of wires there, and it is all in your silver plated as well, your silver plated copper wire. You've got their really, really popular colour. And then you've got your Swarovski. 48 pieces in total in your bicone beads. They are 6mm and they are your AB crystals, which basically stands for Aurora Borealis. It's because of that coating that you've got there, all of those fabulous, fabulous colours. You've got blues, purples, greens, golden hues, gorgeous splashes of colour coming through. Swarovski, again, for me, it's one of those things that I was very much on the fence about here at Jewellery Maker when we launched it, because we have come from you know, kind of genuine gemstones. That's all we've ever brought to you. So when we were told about Swarovski, I was a little bit sceptical, I'll admit. And then we had a Swarovski meeting where we went into a room, and it was basically like walking into a giant treasure chest. There were thousands and thousands and thousands of pieces of Swarovski, and it was just incredible. And then when I seen it alongside genuine gemstones, I've just thought, you know what, it doesn't take anything away from genuine gemstones, it only adds to them. So you don't have to use them alongside your genuine gemstones. You could use them in bridal designs, you know, anything else. It's entirely up to you, but it is such a fantastic addition to your genuine gemstone stash. And Swarovski is a name that a lot of people know and trust. If you are selling Swarovski on your craft stall, I think instantly you've kind of got that trust there already. NAGC03 is your code for this one, 0800 644 655, or you can join us on the web at JewelleryMaker.com. So if you came in today and you bought all of these components individually on the web, which you can do anytime you like, that's the price tag that you would be paying, £35.15, which already is fantastic. I mean, what kind of price tag would you put on that, on the angel wings, Gemma, on the hair comb?
I mean, it depends. I mean, if that was in a bridal boutique, you'd be looking at, you know, well into the hundreds. Yeah. But, you know, when we're talking the craft fairs and things like that, you might realistically go for around the £60 mark on that one. But just for the work, I mean, the components. Yeah. When we work out how much components were, you know, your profit margin on that is going to be massive. It's just your time. Of course. It's beautiful, beautiful design as well. I wish I had something like that when I got married. Stunning. So Gemma's already got her money back just on that one piece of jewellery, with 2 more pieces to go and lots left over. And £35.15 isn't even your price tag this afternoon. NAGC03 is your code for this one. Wow. I was not expecting that at all. Blimey. Do you know, I was really expecting kind of £27.95, something like that. No idea. I have no idea how we've even done that. £19.95 is ridiculously low. Do you know, with only 70 chances, and I know there's going to be people multi-buying on this kit at that price tag as well, you will have to be really, really quick. Telephone bidders, please don't think that you're going to miss out, because that quantity is quite low for us here at Jewellery Maker. Please don't think you haven't got time, because if you don't dial, you'll never ever know. And with it being a free telephone number, you have absolutely nothing to lose. You could be making these designs, you could be well on your way to making any other designs very, very soon. £19.95 is incredible. Absolutely loads and loads of you coming through for that. Pete and Gloucestershire, Minaj, Jean, Collector, Eleanor, Isabel, Louise, there's loads of you with these in baskets. This is not a kit to be hanging around on today. You're going to have to check this one out. If you love it, as soon as you can, confirm for this one. You've got over 800 carats of genuine gemstones, all completely natural. You've got 30 metres of a very, very popular colour in your wire there, and some great gauges. And you've got 48 pieces of your Swarovski crystals there as well. I mean, if you have a look in a Swarovski store and you have a look at the prices of jewellery in there. Yeah. I was really shocked at how low we can go on price here at Jewellery Maker. And me, incredibly. And like, just thinking, like, getting your money back from the kit, if you just want to get your money back on a stall or something, tassel necklace like that, you know, maybe sell one of those at £15 with a pair of earrings, £20, that's your money back, and you've got, I've used a handful, you can see how much of gemstones. You haven't really touched the strand, have you? that's your money back. The rest of it, keep for yourself, or give us gifts. You know, save yourself some money on your Christmas gifts.
Absolutely, that's stunning.
It's incredible value, it really is.
It's phenomenal, isn't it? I cannot believe that. Over half of the stock has gone already, so do be quick with checking out that one. If you've got a phone in your hand right now and you're speaking with the call centre, just sit tight and hold there. You should do it. Right then, Gemma, I'm going to let you start the demonstration.
Okay.
Are you going to show us the angel? I'm going to the angel wings.
Obviously, taking you through the whole angel wings is going to be difficult, but I can show you how to create the shape, how to get the symmetry, and how to start off the weaving. Okay, because these wings have got sort of 2 layers. You can see they're sort of raised there. Yeah. So the bottom layer are the fronds of the wings, and then the top layer has sort of got the crystals embedded. It gives it a bit of depth. So I'm going to start with our 1.25mm wire. This gives you a really strong framework. So if you're new to weaving, you might find that when you weave, your wires sort of come in and out, and it gives you a sort of a wonky weave. You have to concentrate on that a lot. But with this wire, once you've made the frame, that's not moving anywhere. So it's really easy once you've made the frame. So anyway, I've got about 1 metre here, and I folded it in half. I don't want a tight bend, I just want it literally curved, because I want to put these wires together. So I'm just going to, you see I've bent them round together and just made, if I turn it that way you can see it's just a small loop there, and I've turned them round, I've just got a slight curve. So that's going to be, we're going to create both wings at the same time, so that when we open them out we've got a matching set. Okay, so if I just going to make a nice curve here, and I'm just going to guess the size. You can, if you want to, and you're not confident to do this, you can take this wire and trace it around a template. That's a good idea. That, you know, that would work for you. I'm going to be a bit more freeform, so I'm making a slight curve here, so that's going to be sort of the top of the wing, and then I want it to slightly curve up to give me my first, I'm going to call them fronds. I'm not sure what they are, but they're like the feathery ends to the wings, but I'll call them fronds for now. I think that's what we decided on one of the shows that they were called, and it's stuck. Now, a selection of mandrels is really useful, or your 6-step BellMaker pliers, or a various size BellMaker pliers, really handy for projects like this. Okay. So I'm going to use my 6-step, and I'm going to use the 4th largest mandrel on my 6-step pliers. That's going to give me a good sort of size on the end of my each frond. So I'm going to pull that almost double back on itself. Okay. Again, keeping those wires together. Okay. And then I'm going to come down and decide how long I want that one to be. So I'm going to go for about 1.5 inches. And it's from this point, once you've set this point, then your scale is based then on where this came. So what we want to do is gradually get these fronds in more. Yeah. So they're going to come slightly smaller each time. Okay. And so this bit here sets the scale. Okay. So now I'm going to get some flat pliers, or flat nose pliers. Come underneath and hold both wires together again and double the wires back. Now, it is a bit tougher because you're working with 2 at the same time, but if you can manage to do this, there's only minimal bending, then this will really make life a lot easier and make sure you've got symmetry. Yeah. I think half the battle when you're doing anything like this is getting it to look the same both sides. Okay, so we're just creating now the next frond. So we're going to come in a little bit further from the first one. So the first one's here, the next one's going to be here. I'm going to pull that one in. So pulling them both round. And then again, come a little bit further back. And pinch it down here. So these are roughly the same sort of length, they're just coming further back each time. So again, take my pliers into position a little bit further back, bring that in. I think I've got 4 on my finished wings. I'm going to bring this one again back a bit further, and this one I'm going to make a bit smaller. Right. Okay, so it really can pull it round. So we'll take the same size end, just a little less length on it. Okay, so there we go. We've got our rough wing shape. Doesn't look like much at the moment. Okay. And then these tails here. To create the second layer of the wings, I've brought it round, sort of mimic the shape of the top of the wing. So we've got that top. But we must remember, because we don't want to get tangled up, to sort of part these now, so that when we make this bend, we come either side of the wings so that they don't sort of get tangled up. So here we're going to pull this into shape here, and then pull these wings down. Now you can put a nice fancy shape on this, on these if you like, or you can just keep them quite simple. So if I keep them simple for this one, I think on the one I've done, I've sort of put a bit of a point and a bit of a wiggle on there. But I got halfway through and then thought I didn't actually need that, it was unnecessary.
Right, okay.
So you can keep it a bit more simple for this section. And then on the end of each, we just make sure they're the same length. So we trim that down, so they're the same length, and then we know we've got the same each side. Then just a little loop on the end of each one, roll it in, so it's making a circle shape. This will be manipulated as we do the next phase, because these wings will shrink a little bit in the next phase. So there we go, we've got our wing shape done, and now what we can do is very carefully open them out from the centre, so try not to pull from the top. From the centre, open them out, and you've got wings.
And it's symmetrical. I love that.
Okay.
Can I just squeeze in this wire, Gemma? I've got some black rhodium plated 925 sterling silver wire for you here. Not very often we see the 925 sterling silver wire anymore. We've been very fortunate the last couple of shows to kind of have some for you, which is fantastic, because with those higher end pieces, you know, it's particularly your big 5, you know, a gemstones like that, or maybe it's just your favourite gemstone or a commission you're working on, you don't want to compromise really. So to have this again as an option is fantastic. Now it's your 0.6mm gauge wire here, which is a fantastic gauge to be working with. As I said before, you can use that structurally if you want to bind a few lengths together if you want to, or you can also use it as a weaving wire if you want to. That is 1 metre, and with your black rhodium plating there as well, it gives you that more masculine look. So you could use that in your gents pieces if you wanted to, couldn't you? Or you could, you know, incorporate it into kind of the angel design, but go for kind of, you know, a little bit of a darker theme if you wanted to with that as well.
You could go too, couldn't you? Dark angel.
I like that idea. So you've got 1 metre long length there. 0800 644 655, or on the web at jewellerymaker.com. £6.95. That is fantastic, fantastic value. It might be that you've been waiting for this. Maybe you're like me, and because I'm terrible for 925 sterling silver. Wherever I can, I will absolutely do it. It might be that you've got a beautiful cabochon at home, a small cabochon that you want to set into a ring, but you've been waiting for some wire to be able to do it with. This would be perfect, wouldn't it? £6.95. ZLUD45 is your code for that one. And do remember, you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. Even if when you've made your pieces, actually, you're still not happy, you can still send them back, but all that we ask is that you do send those jewellery pieces back as well, and we will still give you your money back. Well done, if you managed to get that.
Do you know, that would just, before you finish on that one is, that wire, because it's the black, is great to weave onto your silver rhodium or your sterling silver, because it adds that beautiful contrast. So if you're doing like a sumac weave, which is the zigzag, it's absolutely perfect on that.
That would look so good, wouldn't it, mixed up with those colours. This one is your soft wire. Now if you're brand new to us here at Jewellery Maker, and perhaps wire work is something that you think, you know, that's the road that you're going to take, that's something you really want to get stuck into, have a go with the soft wire, because it is so malleable. It kind of lends you a helping hand with your designs, I think. I in particular, wire work is one of my favourite things to do, and the soft wire is just an absolute breeze to work with.
It is. It really does give your fingers a break.
Yeah.
And it's not just that it's easy, it's even for people that are very experienced with wire, it gives you a completely different opportunity with your design. So you can make very fluid, very curly, tendrily things very easily. And beads, for example, you don't really want to be manipulating your harder wires to make beads, but this is perfect. So it opens up a whole new design spectrum there, whereas the other wires don't necessarily lend themselves.
Isn't it? If you've not used it yet, get it home and have a go with it. You'll absolutely love it. £6.95 for 10 metres. That's 69 pence per metre. It's your 0.8mm gauge you've got here as well. So get that one home and give it a go with this. Would it work with the angel design?
Yeah, it would, especially if we were doing, like we said, to downscale it a little bit. But you'd have to harden those wings before you wove into them. But making skeleton leaves like this, these are perfect. So if if you just wanted to make these wings, then that wire would be ideal.
Wow. Yeah.
You know, because you don't have to fill them if you don't want to.
That's right, yeah. I love that. I'm thinking Christmas tree decorations
now.
I'm going to watch this tutorial back later and make myself loads of wings and cover them in Swarovski, so they twinkle away on the tree. Wings. Nice, isn't it? KXAZ24 is your code for that one. Well done if you've managed to get that. Featherweight head pins coming up for you in about 20 minutes, so not too long to wait for those, and they're 925 sterling silver featherweights as well. Okay, Gemma, I'll let you carry on.
To get back?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can see I've got these lovely wings, but they are flat. They're very 2D, aren't they?
Yeah.
So my wings on the comb there are 3D. You know, they're sort of the fronds are sort of layered almost rather than just flat. So I'm going to show you how to manipulate the frame so that we get that look. Okay. So what we're going to do is take our flat nose pliers again. I'm literally just going to move this one out the way just so that it's out the way. So if you want to do that, because you'll find you might want to do that quite a few times throughout doing this project, is rather than open it out like that, where you lose the shape, if you just hold the tip and bend it over, when you bend it back it should be exactly the same. But remember that will work hard in that area, so the more times you do that, the more robust that bend will become, or the more permanent. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold on across my first two fronds, my first frond here, and I'm going to bend up. Let me just hold on a bit tighter. I'm going to bend up the second one, okay? And so that curve now, instead of being flat against the table, is now, you can see it if I turn it that way, the curve is now there.
Right.
So that's like that. And then what I'm going to do is take my pliers onto the frond that I've just bent upwards and hold on to where you've just, hold on to the bend you've just made. So across that what we call that bend, and just turn it back over.
Okay.
So can you see now they're sort of laying on top of one another now. I'm going to do that all the way along. So here I'm going to turn that up and then turn it back so that the curves, it's just these really that are turning over. Okay, so we are actually reducing the size of the wing as well. So I'm going to do it on the next one. Turn it up and then turn it back. And so we just have a look at the difference now in the shape. You see they're now, they're much more elongated now. So then from here we then just sort of pull them apart slightly, start getting that curve coming round, like so. So we've now got them spread out, but they are more 3D. They're more sitting sort of, you might need to sort of tweak this a few times, they're more sitting sort of on top of one another, but they're still separate, so they're still nicely separated, ready for you to weave into. Okay, so we do that on both sides. And then once you've got that set, you can then, this is why I didn't completely finish this centre one, because once because that has changed the shape now, we can then put this back into place and then really play with where we want that to sit.
Okay.
Okay, so that don't put that piece in until after.
Right.
So don't set that in stone until after you've finished. And you might want to change where the peak of that, the point of that is. Okay. So here we go. So roughly there's our wings.
Yeah.
So now we'd weave into each frond. So I'll show you how to do that. We take some 0.4mm wire. And you're going to need to cut this because you have to thread in and out.
Right.
So we can't work from the reel on this design. So I'm going to cut, roughly I used about 1/2 metre for each one. Okay. You do get through the wire with this project because the weaving, you know, is fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to take my 1/2 metre of wire, or roughly 1/2 metre, and at the top of each frond, I'm just going to take the tail of wire and going to anchor that in. But I'm going to take that a bit further than that. I'm just going to keep wrapping around until I've sort of got the top or the curve of that wing completely covered in wire, so completely coiled with wire. So it's easier to get this shorter length in and out than it is to take the tail, the long length. So as far as you can go with the shorter one. When it starts to become a bit fiddly, to get that short wire in and through, then you can swap and start using a longer wire. But our aim is to go all the way around the curve so that we then got a straight point here to weave across. Yeah. Okay. So we get a few more in there. You find if you start it too far up, it gets a bit messy on the end. I did contemplate popping a little crystal, a little Swarovski in the end of each of the feathers, so you could do that, and that would look pretty.
I'll let you weave to where you need to weave to, Gemma, and I'll bring the seed beads on for you. These would be a great addition to this kit. They'd be perfect with something like this. They really are. Very, very lustrous, your seed beads. They're very decorative as well. Lots of you use them for decoration. You can use them as spacer beads as well. If you've got some higher end gemstones that you want to make go that little bit further as well, like the black spinel that we had earlier on, you could just pop them in between and that would make those gemstones go that little bit further with you. But we have seen designs just solely with these actually. We've seen Mark do a macrame bracelet. I think he used approximately 100 of them. And it was a very kind of... Links of London, I'm just going to say Links of London, other designs are available. Very Links of London design as well, which looked fantastic. But you can use these again in kind of macrame and kumihimo and you crochet and stuff, and they look beautiful even if you're not using any gemstones or anything like that. You've got 600 in total here. 600 600 spacer beads, sorry. Imagine that, what a bundle that would be, eh? 3mm in size, and they would work perfectly with this kit because you've got that silver wire there as well. HRPO 46 should be £12.95. Fantastic, the 600 of them there. Always great to have these topped up in your stash. If you're looking at a design thinking it's perhaps missing something, it could just be thrown in a few spacer beads, adding in a different colour, adding in some luster, and that's it, design complete. 0800 644 655, £6 and is that not half price? Yeah, that's pretty good. That is like a January sale. Come early. Hey, £6.95 is fantastic, isn't it? 600. It takes so long to get through them as well, wouldn't it? Yeah. You know, even if you're being heavy on design, 600 is a lot.
It does. It always amazes me how far they go. I get them in a kit, and I can never use them all up in a kit. You know, so. And I've done some really heavy pieces with them. There is a challenge for the guest designers, isn't it, when we set them a challenge one day? Here's a tube of spacer beads. Use them all. But your buying's worst nightmare, I think, with HRPO 46 at just £6.95. You can add them to your order this afternoon. No extra cost on your postage and packing because you've got that one postage and packaging of just £2.95. Standard here in the UK. In fact, even if you upgrade to premium, it's just £4.95, and you'll get it that little bit quicker then as well. Fabulous. Righty-ho. Okay. We've got text. Carolyn Avon says, I love Gemma's cuff. It's stunning. So talented. Oh, Carolyn, so you had that one on last week as well, didn't you? Yeah, this is it's from one of the kits. It's a big spin out, of course. It has to be done. Yeah, this I think I demonstrated with this just last week, wasn't it? Thank you. Right, so I have wrapped across the top. So I've got that little curve wrapped there, and I'm ready to now take my weave across the frond there. Okay, so I've told you it's a very, very strong frame, so we're not got any risk of it pulling out of shape or anything, so we can quite freely and happily weave in here and not worry too much about our tension being too strong. Yeah, you might worry about your tension being a bit weak, but you don't have to worry about it being too strong. Okay, so I've taken my wire across, so here when I finished going around, finished doing the wrap around the tip, my wire is coming over the top. So I'm going to do a figure of 8 weave, so that means I need to come underneath now to come back over the other side. So I come through the feather there, and then all the way around that side of the feather before I come back. So that you've got to make sure that goes all the way around before you come back to the other side. So now it's on the top again. So I need to make sure we come in through so that we're always wrapping from underneath. So the wire's underneath that frame. And again, I'm going to turn the wire in through just that side and wrap it all the way around the side of the feather there. Okay. So you can see what I'm doing. I'm placing the wire with my finger. So I'm taking my finger pulling it in, placing it sort of roughly in the direction I want it to go, and then continuing by pulling that across. Again, placing that wire around, back up. Now it's up to you at this point. You can decide that you would like to wrap 2 or 3 times around and make a more open weave in here. So on mine I've done once around each side, and then where the frond or the tendril is longer on one side than the other, so on this one for example, can you see this side is much shorter than this side?
Yeah.
So when I come to weave that, this side's going to take less wrapping than this one.
Okay.
So to avoid that being bare, what I try and do is slant the weave.
Ah, okay.
So we end up wrapping once around one side and twice around the other. So you go around this side twice and this side once, and that opens the weave one side and keeps it small the other side, and therefore gives you a bit more of an angle on your weave. And it's barely visible to look at, but it makes all the difference when you get these become less untidy on the insides here. Okay. So we just show you that one more time. We go around, all the way around the frame on one side, through the middle, and then around the frame on the other side, and you keep doing that till you fill every one of those fronds. Okay. That is all you do on each one. You'll find that this becomes very sturdy and very strong. And don't worry if they start to pinch together a bit here. So if your tension is strong, the only place where you've got for your wires to sort of deviate them from the shape is where they're a bit springy and they come together there. But actually if they end up in a point or tighter together there, it actually makes a really nice shape. Yeah. So don't worry too much, but it's a really good one to be practicing your weaving in this, because it's very sturdy. Okay, so once you've got all them all woven, all I've done then is made sure I got the shape of this wing how I want it. So I'm just going to put a bit more of a point on the tip of that one there. Remember that you've got symmetry here, so you want to, if you've done that on that side, you want to make sure you come and do that on this side too. And I would say always do it straight away, because it's very easy to forget what you did. So I'd say make sure you're doing that straight away. Okay, so that's there. And then I popped a line of my Swarovski crystals across here. So I did that with the 0.6mm wire. And it's great having all these gauges of wire, because you've got something, something for each job. The 0.6 is great for adding in gems when you can just want to do a single row of gems, because it's very strong and very sturdy. So to get these the crystals in, if you take the 0.6 wire to the tip of your second leaf, your upper second upper wing, and we're going to wrap around the tip of that wing a couple of times. So because it's 0.6, it will hold really well. You just need to make sure that you get that initial wrap nice and tight. So I've got the loop around that tip of that wing there. Yeah. And to pull that in tight, if you just rock the wire up and down, backwards and forwards, that tightens the grip on the tip of the wing there. So just pull that back and through, and always try and cut inside. Right. Inside, so that there's no rough edges on the outside. So we can try and cut that in, just in, and tuck it in with our pliers. So I'm going to snip that off just in there. Take my flat nose pliers or snipe nose pliers and just tuck that end in. Okay. Then we've got a length of 0.6 wire here ready. I'm going to add on my Swarovskis.
And that 0.6 goes through the Swarovskis
easily, yeah. Really easily. It's perfect for going through the Swarovskis. Now, I think I've only got 4 out here because I didn't want to open a new pack if I didn't want to, because they can go back in for another customer. So you'd fill that section there. So I think it would probably take 6 to fill that wing. Okay, and then the same on this side, wrap and secure that in nice and tight. Now, if you've got both sides done and both sides woven, this might be the time when you join the wings together at the same time. Do you see what I mean? They could join at this point as well. So you could take this wire. In fact, let's do that. We just pretend the other one's done. So you take this 0.6 wire that's got your crystals on. We go once around to anchor them in the place in the wing on this side. And save adding in wires. You can use this same wire to tie it all together. Just bear with me a sec while I get that in place. Yeah, you've got to remember it's not like a thread, the 0.6, it's quite robust, so it is best to place it where you want it first, and then do those movements to tighten it into position. So that's they're sort of running along the top there. And then with this side, if I just bend that so it's similar to the other one. You see the wing on this side's a different shape because we haven't done any of that manipulating of the feathers, so it's not quite the same. But then this wire could then come across to link the two sides of the wings together, so it could come in through the wing, the upper wing this side, wrap around, and then be ready to add your crystals on to that end. And that way you haven't had to add lots and lots of wire.
Yeah.
And you can always embellish this centre section with lots of crystals too. Okay, so to keep those crystals in place, I then use the 0.4 wire again. So I'll take a snip of that, and again, use a double length because you can use it to do both sides. So now I've got these joined together, I can just pop this wire through the two wings, so I've got the same amount on each side. And all these little things just help you have not to have so many ends to finish, you know, which it's always useful in a design like this where you've got lots of weaving, lots of pieces of wire. Just helps to not have too many pieces to finish off. So we need to pull those together and then use one side to secure the crystals in place on this side. So if I show you how I've done that, I've taken the wire around the top edge of the wing and under the crystals, and just allowed the wire to sit in between the crystal there. Right. So, and then up, back down to the next one. So the wire is diagonal on the front. Okay, and you'll see, and then when we come back along, the diagonal would be the other direction. It gives you like little kisses in between each gemstone. Okay, so that's come all the way to the end, and it would probably be another 1 or 2 crystals. But then when we come back, the diagonal, can you see the diagonal goes the other way? Yeah. And it gives you those lovely little V's in between the crystals, and keeps them very, very secure as well. Okay, so back along, and then tidy those wires up at the end, just like you would any other wire. Find somewhere to tuck it in, and when you're at this stage, you'll have lots of areas that you can tuck your wires away into. So tuck the wire away, wrap it around a few times so it doesn't come free, and then just trim it off and pinch it with your pliers just to keep it trapped in place. So I'm going to trim that one off there. And pinch. Okay, so that's the top section of that wing. Okay. And the start of the other one. It's all starting to come together a bit now. You'll always need to just keep it in check, keep manipulating it to make sure it's sitting how you want it to be. Unless you do it by template, you'll never make two the same. Okay. But basically, that is your wings. I've used a few sort of spirals to fill in gaps where I found there's a bit too much space. Yeah. If I bring that one over at this quick and show you. So you can see there's my weaving, there's my crystals along that top wing there. You can see in here, I've popped a spiral in with the 0.6, spiral in, wrong way, in there. Yeah. That's just one S shape. Wow. Just made it to the right size to fit, because that sort of helped fill a bit of that blank space. And if I lift that out of the way, you see, use that same technique that I've added the crystals along the top to add a row of my beautiful moonstone to sort of give you that feathery look along the feathered edge there. Yeah, it's beautiful. Just thinking with those wings you've made as well, not to let them go to waste, you could make a nice angel body, angel body, and have that on top of your Christmas tree. Absolutely, yeah, lovely angel body. Or you can, you know, if you're not feeling that confident, you can attach those to one of those, you know, we like to say, you know, the blonde leggy dolls. That's the one. Barbie. Yeah. Oh, we like to say that. Just say. Or Cindy, or Pippa. Yeah. Or, Pippa. Yeah. Cindy. Yeah. I don't think they do those anymore, is there? You could attach that to one of those if you're not feeling
Yeah, why not, hey? It's gorgeous. Yeah.
So
and thank you so much for showing us that, Gemma. Beautiful, beautiful piece. I will be watching that back later and having a go myself. If you've still got that kit in your basket, do make sure you check it out as soon as you can for that one. It has nearly gone now. But for now, it's a star buy for you. $9.25 sterling silver featherweight head pins. I've been calling them gold dust. Normally is, although we've actually had them like 3 times, I think, in the last week or so. We've been really, really lucky. Gold dust, as in I logged on for the very first time ever on the iPad there, logged into my account and actually bought them while I was on air with you, because I thought, you know what? They're not going to stick around long enough. I'm not going to be able to get them if I wait any longer. So I just did it. And I got 2. Just did it. I just thought, you know what? Featherweight head pins, especially the 925 sterling silver ones. It's one of those components that everybody gets very, very excited about, because featherweight head pins, you know, are so useful. Sometimes we have kind of gemstones, that the gems of distinction gemstones or the microfaceted gemstones, whereby the drill hole is particularly small on those gemstones. Or it might be that we have kind of seed bead pearls as well, where the gemstone it doesn't have a really sizable drill hole on it. So the featherweight head pins, you know, you need them for all of those kind of gemstones as well. So to have kind of the silver plated ones is fantastic, but to have actual silver ones for those high-end designs is just perfect. Just perfect, it really is. I mean, a featherweight head pin, when you look at it, it's quite a fine component. But because this is 925 sterling silver, you've got such durability there and strength in your 925 sterling silver. You really, really do. This for me isn't just about luster, which I guess is the first thing that kind of attracted me to 925 sterling silver. But for me now, from a jewellery making point of view, it's the practicality of 925 sterling silver, because it is such a strong precious metal that is going to support those, you know, valuable, genuine gemstones that you're working with. It really will. But in turn, that's adding value to your designs as well, wherever you're using 925 sterling silver. Now do you know what? I might get some more. I'm not even kidding. If there's any left, I might get some more today, because I'm just thinking, once these lot are gone, that's it, isn't it? I've been fortunate enough to bring them back to you a couple of times over the last week or so, but actually, once they are gone, yeah, to be fair, it is, isn't it? Danny just said, you know what, the thing is, when we wait for things to come back in, we are literally waiting for ages, you know? It does. It feels like an absolute age, doesn't it? So come in and get, even if you came in last week and you got some with myself, come in and get some more. You will not regret it. It's such a useful component. 100. 100 of them in total. How many featherweight head pins do you think you get through, Gemma? Is it something that you use kind of daily, do you think? You know, do you get through a couple of hundred a month, do you think? Or obviously it depends on what you're making, doesn't it?
Yeah, it depends. You know, when I'm making like cluster necklaces and tassel earrings you need those. If you love making earrings, you need those, because it's generally the smaller gemstones that you're putting in your earrings. Yeah. But I mean, if I've got them, I will use them to make cluster necklaces, but again, it's like you said, they're so rare, they're hard to come by. Yeah. So when you're making, especially in the sterling silver, it's rare I use my precious stones in that way, because I don't get the opportunity to until recently. Yeah. So yeah, I definitely need those, because I haven't got any yet.
Oh, Gemma, this could be your last chance today. 0800 644 655 KEJD08 is your code for this one. £12 a night. That's for 100. 100 of them. And like Gemma says, with earrings as well, and with this being chips and nuggets day, perhaps a lot of you are making your cluster earrings as well. I've always talked about these earrings. I mean, Linda made them probably 2 years ago now, but I remember a lovely pair of earrings that our Jinder Brumwell, or Linda Jin Brumwell, that she made, and it was just that it was loads and loads of fire opal nuggets in each ear, and each one delicately placed and graduated throughout the design with featherweight head pins, and they just work that move. Yeah. You see,
I remember them.
They were just stunning, weren't they? Yeah. And to get that movement, whether it be in a bracelet or a ring or anything like that.
Do you know, Hannah, that's 400. That's 4 meters of sterling times 100. It's 4 meters, isn't it?
Is that what size they are?
Is that 4 meters?
Well, how long are they?
40 millimeters.
Yeah.
So 4 centimeters times 100 is 4 meters. 4 meters of wire. And then you've got to ball the end, so you need a torch, and that takes up at least 3 mil. So I reckon you'd need 4.5 meters of wire to make those.
Oh my gosh! I have never ever looked at it like that before.
It's a lot, isn't it? Because I would use wire if I needed to create that, because I don't have them in my stash. That's how much wire I would need. I don't think you could buy 4 meters of sterling silver wire at that price, and a gas torch, and everything you need to ball the ends.
No way.
And then clean them, and then file them. Yeah.
4 meters, 4.5 meters. I mean, that's absolutely bonkers, isn't it, when you think about it like that? Let's say that we bring to you a meter of 925 sterling silver wire, 0.25, 0.4. You'd be looking at what, £16 perhaps, £14.95 for a metre, something like that.
Well, even the one we've just done at £12.95.
Yeah.
Even if you think of it like that, that's still only,
yeah,
a quarter of what you can make. So.
Goodness me, that is absolute bonkers, isn't it? That's just crazy when you think of it like that. It's so worth coming in and getting these this afternoon, even if you have no immediate use for them. Do you know what? Just keep them in. I'm going to get some more today. I don't need them. I've still got 200 sat at home. I've not used one of them yet. Look at me, looking like I've not got a care in the world. Yeah, but I'm going to get some more, I tell you. It's one of those things that when you run out of and you need them, you'll be thinking, oh, I wish I had some more. £12.95 is fantastic. There's absolutely loads and loads of you there. And multi-buying. So if you do want to multi-buy, please feel free to do so. Sue in Bristol says, good afternoon, ladies. Fluorite fountain, yes. Ruby rocket, yes. Pyrite plume, yes.
I like that one.
Morganite mountain, yes. Love that one. Chromed oxide cannon, hooray. Oh, I'm loving Sue's going up that list, I tell you. That's 4 really good ones in one text message. I can't even remember what mine was now. Oh, Spinel Sparkler. That was it. Yeah, mine looks rubbish now, doesn't it? I love those. Oh, right. Deck the halls with bells of holly. You can't see them, but you can hear them. Oh. I think I dropped one on the floor. These are coming up for you. Oh, do you know, I said actually to Danny earlier, I was like, you could stitch those to your Christmas jumper. And he went, oh yeah. But my son has them on his Christmas jumper. And that's what made me think, yes, I love that. It's the one thing in his drawer that you're guaranteed to find. You know, when you can't find certain clothes, with that you can, because it's covered in bells. It's brilliant. These little jingle bells, they're brand new. Brand new, 10 of them coming up for you at 3:30. Ho, ho, ho. I am so excited. It's like Christmas now, it's November. Actual Christmas. Well, it is, you see, because if you go into the shops now, the decorations are up in the shopping malls. You know, I went to Garden Centre yesterday, they've got all their lights, all their trees, all their decoration. I love it.
I am actually going Christmas shopping on Monday.
Are you?
Yeah. I'm going to finish on Monday.
Finish
I'm
on
do it
Monday.
all.
That's exciting.
I
just need to. Do you start with a list?
Yeah,
or do you not bother?
yeah. No, I've got to.
Yeah, me too. I might start my list this weekend. My list. Oh, these are. Oh, look at the colour of these. Wow. These are so. I'm going to pop these on the desk so that you can see them. They are. Do you know they are black, but they have a real kind of deep purple to them as well. Your half drilled genuine pearl drops you have here. They are so elegant. They really, really are. Culture pearls, half drilled drops, 7 by 8 millimeters in size, and you are going to get 5 pairs of these in total. Just look at the luster. Oh, they are fabulous. I'm thinking, you know, your evening gown for that special occasion. Maybe some of you have got some New Year's Eve New Year's Eve balls planned. Well, yeah, Danny said, I wish I had one planned. I've seen one, but we're going to save it till next year because I don't want to drive, quite frankly. 10 individual gemstones, 5 pairs of earrings. Now, all you need to go with those is your half-drilled earring findings, or actually you can have these as pendants as well. So that could be 10 pendants for you. Just one of those little drop there. They would look stunning. Remember, that's 10 individual gemstones or 5 pairs of earrings that you've got there. And look at what we are about to do. RXMG60 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655 or on the web JewelleryMaker.com. You know those stocking fillers we were talking about last week, and those pieces that you put in your crackers to replace the plastic frog or the moody fish, you know, that foil fish that tells you what mood you're in? You know, who wants one of those? Everything that comes out of my crackers ends up in the bin. £6.95. 0800 644 655. RXMG80. It could be stocking fillers. It could be to go in the Christmas crackers. Do you know what I mean? With prices like this, goodness me. Goodness me. That is just, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? No-brainer, let me tell you. Lots of you there, lots of you coming through and multi-buying for those as well. Please feel free to do so. Again, absolutely fine. I mean, that could be, you know, your Secret Santa, like normally Secret Santas, I think generally are kind of £5 or £10, depending on, you know, how many people there are in the company and stuff. You know, £5, that's actually a couple of pairs of earrings, isn't it? Couple. Kimmy Dom, she says Christmas is not allowed to start until after my daughter's birthday on the 9th of November. Oh, that's fine, because that's November. That's all right. Yeah. I thought you were just going to say something like, you know, not until after the birthday on the 15th of December or something. I see. Just can't wait. I've got, well, it's actually 50 sleeps. Yeah, 50 sleeps till Christmas. And I've got 3 weeks next Thursday until I can put my Christmas tree up. Hashtag just counting. RXMG60 is your code for those. Well done if you have managed to get them. Fabulous, fabulous deal. Coming up for you in the next hour, I've got the bells. I've got the bells. And let me tell you what else I have, because I don't know where these have come from. Like this, you know, like if we had a little thing, ticker tape they're called, across the bottom, that gave us breaking news. These should be that breaking news. Because not only are they Tibetan turquoise, they are absolutely huge. In fact, it's the biggest carat weight that I have ever seen in a single gemstone of natural, I know, not reconstituted, natural turquoise. Biggest carat weight I've ever seen in single gemstones, ever. I've never seen anything like it.
I need those.
Yeah, I think I need them too.
Yeah.
Natural turquoise of that kind of carrot white, phenomenal. They're coming up for you in the next hour. I've got loads more treats as well, so do stay tuned and I'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes.
Come and learn the art of cinema. Join our talented designer Gemma and discover this exciting and fascinating introductory workshop and explore the endless and creative opportunities it has to offer. Throughout the day you will learn 3 fascinator projects, learning specific techniques such as how to cut, edge, fold and sculpt. You will create beautiful flowers and foliage, abstract swirls and spikes. As well as lunch and refreshments, you'll get a tour of our studios and a chance to shop in our exclusive on-site store. For more information, head over to our website or call our customer service team on 0800 644 655. On this creative and inspiring workshop, the opportunities are truly endless. So come and start your creative cinema journey here at Jewellery Maker.
We here at Jewellery Maker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you will receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with Jewellery Maker FIFO reviews.
Versatility. You can do anything with wire work. You can make very delicate pieces, you can make huge great big structural pieces. You've got so many different gauges to use, and we've got the twisted wire, you've got all the colours in it. It is absolutely amazing. I mean, if you go on the website, the range of products you've got in the wire is phenomenal. You've got something for everything. So if you're doing very delicate jewellery, and you can make it so delicate with the 0.25 wires for wrapping, or you could do something like me with a big structural piece and you're using the 1.5 and the 1.25 wires for your frames, and then all the ranges in between. It's just, there's nothing that you can imagine that you can't make out of wire. Not that I've found yet anyway.
If you have a question or a query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2, or alternatively you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. If you just tuned in, please go and check the website at www.jewellerymaker.com. See if there's any treats still available, because we have had some treats, let me tell you. I just had a huge stash of 925 solid sterling silver featherweight head pins. I know, they're incredible. And at £12.95, and as Gemma pointed out, 4.5 metres approximately of wire. Yeah, 925 as well. So those are still available on the website. And there's lots of other things that are still available as well. Coming up in this hour, I don't think we're going to be able to do this auction without moving them the whole time. The bells. Christmas bells. I mean, you could sew these to a cushion or anything, couldn't you? Yeah. Your clothing, your cushions, anything Christmassy.
Baby booties.
Ah. How cute. How cute. I could collect baby booties. They're just so like cute, the cute, and you know when you see the little shoes as well.
I know.
It's like
I still got all Toms.
They're so tiny. Little tiny shoes. You could put these on some, maybe some little elf booties.
Yeah.
Oh. What's 28.5 minutes? These. He's on the countdown. 28.5 minutes. not too long, have a little look at the next kit. The masterclass kit coming up for you in an hour's time is fantastic. I absolutely love it. The gemstone strands that you have in this kit, emerald, tanzanite, aquamarine and morganite in your multicolored beryl strand there, turquoise and pearls. Do you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if those 5 gemstones that you've got there, or 6 if you like, with the morganite and the aquamarine and the beryl strand, are top of most people's lists. Because you've got some mighty fine gemstones. Also some bare copper sheet and some wire coming up for you in that kit. So that's coming up for you in an hour's time. And don't forget, I've got those Tibetan turquoise cabochons. Natural. Have a look at these. Oh, I love these. They are just so pretty. Peacock culture pearls, and I love these. Was it with you, Gemma, last week that we had a strand of peacock pearls and they were like a lighter tone, and we were saying
more of a grey, like a silvery.
Yeah, they were like really light as opposed to like a dark, and these are as well. They're just like more of a pastel, if you like, than that dark tone there. They're so pretty. I absolutely love these. I think for embellishments and for attention to detail, this size is really fantastic. 6x4mm in size in your culture dry speeds you've got here. Peacock freshwater culture pearls, probably some of the most popular. And I've got to be honest with you, I've never ever seen peacock freshwater culture pearls on the high street before. They're probably there, I know that, but I've never ever seen them. Seen your white pearls, but not peacock freshwater culture pearls. These are beautiful, and there is something so much more feminine for me about that smaller pearl. These, just as they are, you know, multi-stranded bracelet, 925 sterling silver, clasp on there, look gorgeous. Give me my socks back. I don't know, I haven't got any socks on. £5.95. £5? Can you put me down for these, Danny? Add them to the list. That'd be great. I don't know what I'm going to do with them, but I just love them. Oh, thanks, Danny. You'll be lucky. There's only 35 in stock. Only 35 left at £5.95. That is fantastic. What would you do with them, Gemma, do you think?
If I was picking from today, what I would put them with today, I would put them with that abalone that we've got coming up. Those beautiful fans, and just very simply space them out. Maybe make some little flowers with them to dot around. They're just gorgeous, aren't they?
I love the colours. They're so lustrous as well.
Really
Pinks, purples, blues, greens you've got in there. YFGP01 is your code for these. 0800 644 655. Did you mention champagne? Have a look at these. Oh, champagne pearls. These are very Christmassy, aren't they? Champagne, gold.
Oh, I love them. I think champagne might be one of my favourite colour pearls.
I think you should say champagne might be one of my favourite drinks. No, I agree. They look so expensive.
They do.
They look gorgeous with your necklace actually that you're wearing.
Yeah, and they're gold, but they're not blingy gold.
Yeah.
I just love them. They look really rich.
Yeah, they do, don't they? They are stunning. I'm thinking for your Christmas designs, these would be perfect. Whether that be actual jewellery that you're making, or whether it be some kind of embellishments or Christmas tree decorations or whatever it is, just beautiful. Now these ones are 7x6mm. No reason why you can't use the peacock pearls in with this strand as well, and perhaps use those as spaces in between each of your pearls there. That would look nice, wouldn't it? Oh, we've done it again. Such a show off. £5.95. £5.95. That is fantastic. When you think about Christmas presents again, you know, if it's and I know, do you know what? There's like literally 1, maybe 2 paydays now until Christmas. If you're panicking, thinking, oh gosh, gosh, it's just it is a huge expense, isn't it, Christmas? Especially if you've got a big family. But you know, it doesn't. I mean, if you got these home today, watch one of our tutorials on pearl knotting. Add your clasp in there. Pop them into a gift box. It would look like you'd spent an absolute fortune. Nobody in their right mind would think, ah, under tenner. No. Imagine. Hilma's got 3. Well done, collecting the West Midlands. You've got 2. Susie in Lanark, she's got 3 as well. Congratulations to you. 0800 644 655. Multi-buy city, where the gemstones are pretty. 0800 644 655. MY GP 98 is your code for this one. Lillian in Hertfordshire, you've just managed to get yours. Congratulations. Alison in Ayrshire. Collecting in West Midlands, you've got 2. Pete in Gloucestershire's just joined me. Viv in Essex. Amanda in Kent. And Joe, you're there as well. Right. Oh, now. I was looking at this strand earlier on, wasn't I? Oh, look at them. I cannot get enough of this gemstone. I just love it. Absolutely love. Our Labradorite here, every single time without fail, for me, it just ticks every single box, doesn't it? I mean, that Labrador essence is exquisite. All about the angle. All about the angle in which the light hits the gemstone to enable you to see that Labrador essence. And you can see there, I'm twisting this strand around, and every side, every which way the light hits that gemstone, that Labrador essence is just phenomenal. Look at the blues and the greens. You've got some coppery tones coming through there as well. These are stunning. Your puffy coins, irregular faceted puffy coins here, 6 to 8 millimeters in size. What would you do with this shape, Gemma, do you think?
Just having them sort of spaced out nicely with some nice spaces like the ones we had earlier would be great, because they'll sit. They don't, when you put them on a strand, you think they're not going to sit right, but when they're on your neckline, they sit beautifully. But also, that shape works great in like rings, because it sits flat on the finger. Great as centres for bracelets and bangles. And also, on macrame, you can sort of macrame them so that they sit on top of your macrame braid.
Okay.
And so that's really great. Really versatile shape. You can do all sorts with those.
They're beautiful. Absolutely stunning. 23 centimetre strand you've got there. 55 carats at £6.95. Is this like an under £10 hour? Because it has been for the last 10 minutes, hasn't it? £6.95 for you this afternoon. 0800 644 655. If you want to keep it simple, perhaps just pop those onto some jewellery elastic, stretchy bracelet. Look at that.
Smashing, isn't it?
Yeah, beautiful. I love that. $6.95 as well. You cannot argue with that price tag. No compromise on the quality whatsoever. Put it with your moonstone. The moonstone that you got in the kit, maybe. It looks stunning with that gemstone. ZPIN68 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655. Webbers, you know what to do. Check out. Oh, have a look at these. These. Now, we had these, I think it was the first time when Fleur was here last week. The jump rings with the square wire really would add a contemporary twist to your jewellery designs. They were so popular that actually I've only got 20 available chances. Ooh, do you know what? Now I've started linking a few of them together. I'm thinking belt.
I just picked mine up today.
Oh, did you get them?
Yeah, that's what I picked up from upstairs earlier. I love these.
What are you going to do with them, do you think?
Well, you know what? I use them they're great for jewellery like that. They make great pieces of jewellery, but I love them for the back of my chunky neckline pieces. So instead of a jump ring, I find that they're much more sturdy because they're square, the profile on them. Yeah. They are very sturdy and very strong. There's no chance of them opening.
I tell you, it does. I mean, I am opening and closing these quite easily with my hands, but that does take a good.
Yeah, and they harden very, very quickly. So once you've done that, they've hardened. You know, you've hardened that jump ring. But they're just gorgeous, and they're great also for hanging tassels from, or looping cords through for lariat style. Something about that square profile just makes them look more professional than a round profile. And more glossy as well.
Yeah, you've got a very flat edge to the wire with these because they're square. So you can see the light just bounces off of those jump rings because you've got that huge flat surface area there. You could just link all of those together if you wanted to. Multi-buy, make yourself a little bounce to jazz up your LBD, and perhaps. And they're 16mm in size as well, which is a really, really sizable jump ring. So, you know, if you are making pieces with a lot of weight to them, perhaps, and you, as Gemma says, you want that sturdiness, my goodness me, if you've got it, you've got it from these. You really, really have. So you could loop all of those together. That's just a really great chain by itself, isn't it? Just simply looping them all together. Necklace chain, you could pop that on your clutch bag, on your handbag to embellish it as well if you wanted to.
Definitely.
And because they're so sizable, you could attach charms there, gemstone charms, the nuggets.
Great with nuggets, great with all your chunky gems because they'll balance your chunky stones out. Just the 10 meters of chain we had, the early bird.
Oh yeah.
Just imagine like 2 or 3 links of those, and then a bit of chain, and then a link of those. Just break that chain design up because they're big loops. You can then dangle a gemstone in the loop, or you know, like a bezel. They're so versatile.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah,
That's really. Oops, I just put that a bit low.
Talking myself into getting more now.
Yeah, you're talking me into getting them as well, Gemma. To be quite honest with you, that list is getting huge. No, not really. That list is getting huge today. They're £6.90. That's the thing. You know, sometimes, and we have text messages all the time, don't we, where people say, right, I wasn't going to buy today, but now look what you've done. It's the prices. Like, how can you not? How can you miss out on these deals at those prices? Fabulous. Right. Okie dokies. Coming up for you, 15 minutes. Dashing all the way. Doesn't have to be Christmas, Danny says. No. Any time of year. Any time of year. But they do just sound very appropriate, don't they? Did we have the real or fake discussion with you, Gemma, or was that another day?
Did we have what?
The real or fake discussion.
No, it wasn't me.
Christmas trees. We're talking about Christmas trees. Ryan, Christmas trees. What are you for? The fake or, well, I should say the artificial, shouldn't I? The artificial or the real?
I have an artificial tree.
Do you?
Yes.
It's easy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially if you're not somebody that kind of looks after. But a lot of people forget to water Christmas trees. You're supposed to water them and look after them as you would a plant. Who does that? I don't. But then you can tell, like a couple of weeks, those branches are getting closer to the floor.
I'm trying to have mine upside down this year.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I'm going to try suspending it this year.
Oh,
have it that way up instead.
Can you, if you do, can you put a picture up for us on Facebook?
Yeah,
so we can see it.
I'll have a go.
Have you seen the wine one on Facebook? It's like a wine rack, but it's a Christmas tree. It's fab.
No.
It wouldn't be a Christmas tree very long in your
house.
No, it wouldn't.
No.
Have a look at this. Wow. It's like the one year I decided to decorate my Christmas tree with just lights and a couple of boxes of those red chocolates.
Ooh,
and I just tied
chocolate.
them, every single one, to a piece of ribbon and hung them all on the tree. That's all I had on my tree. It was very bare. Very soon.
But with just lights and chocolates, it would have been very melted
it was all right.
as well.
No, it's fine. They're fine. They weren't on there long enough, Gemma. 40 carats of shaded ruby you've got here. This is, oh gosh, look at that colour. In fact, look at the colours that you've got here. Right from your really deep, rich, sumptuous ruby reds in there, through to those beautiful, soft, delicate pinks as well. Love the graduation of colour in this strand. 40 carats of ruby, one of your big 5, one of the most precious gemstones on the planet, and it's my birthstone. And if your birthday's in July, there's your reason to come in straight away. 3x2 to 4x2 millimetres in size, and that is an 18 centimetre strand. They have been faceted beautifully as well. You have maximum lustre from those gemstones. I mean, with that spinel, again, you know, the richness of colour, the luxuriousness, using them as spaces between your pearls as well. Imagine that. Very, very high end. 18 centimetre strand. There's enough there to make a suite. You want to take a small section, perhaps for a bracelet. And with that as well, you could decide on those colours, couldn't you? It might be that you want to take the deep, dark, sumptuous reds for your bracelet design, some of the pinks maybe for the necklace design, or you might want to graduate them throughout all of the designs that you make with this particular strand. 0800 644 655, 15th and 40th wedding anniversaries as well. So if you've got any special wedding anniversaries coming up, or just because. Just because. It is, for me, it's the gemstone of love. So really, you don't need a reason, do you? Not at all. Just come in and check it out. 0800 644 655 ZC RU74 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655 £27.95. This isn't treated either. This is completely natural ruby. Along with your sapphires, 95% of the entire world's supply is treated in some way. 5% completely natural, untouched. This is exactly as Mother Nature intended. And you've got 40 carats. We're already way under £1 a carat at £27.95. It's not your price tag. £19.95. We're under 20. That's 50p a carat. Goodness me! For genuine ruby that is completely natural. What would you do with your strand, Gemma?
Do you know what? I love them just as they are. I might be tempted to knot them, you know.
Ooh.
You know, knot so that you get a bit more fluidity in them, but I keep that. I'd also extend them a little bit, then they go a bit further. But I keep that colour grading. I think that adds to the beauty, how that graduates. And I just love that as a necklace. So.
Phenomenal. Look at you on the knotting bus now.
I know.
Gemma was here with myself last week before, and pearl knotted for the very first time. First time. And you said, didn't you would never just strand pearls again?
No.
Fab. Just did a great job as well. £19.95. ZC RU75 is your code for that one. 30-day money back guarantee. If you are not 110% satisfied with any of your purchases, all you need to do is send them back. And then, do you know what? That 30 days doesn't start from today. No, it doesn't. It started yesterday. I'm just joking. I'm joking. It doesn't. It starts at the day that you get them delivered to your door. Then your 30 days kicks in. That's it. That's it. Christmas present. I mean, yes. Wait there. I'm waiting. Sarah in Suffolk says, Hannah, there are 12 days of Christmas and they don't begin in November. 12 days of Christmas? No.
Bah humbug.
There's not 12 days of Christmas because advent calendars have 25 doors. Or 24, depending. So there, you know, I'd have taken December the 1st. I know there's some of you that don't want to think about it till December the 1st. You know, but 12 days, that's not long enough for me. No way.
In some countries you have your advent calendar.
Yeah.
I think it's 12 days before and you have a present every day. It's not all about the one day.
Yeah.
All the presents, you know.
Sounds like a good Christmas to me. A present every day, actually. That'd be great. Thank you. It's not about the presents. It's not about the presents. It's about being together, isn't it? It's all about the kids. I just love Christmas.
Right. Dinner.
Craft bag.
It's just about dinner. That's it.
Oh, don't even
Dinner
get me
and chocolate.
started. We're already planning what we're going to do Christmas Eve in preparation for the Christmas dinner. So Christmas Eve, because we're cooking for a lot, as you are. It's the way to do it, Gemma. Like, get your stuffing and things like that ready Christmas Eve. Everything you can do Christmas Eve. We're doing so much Christmas Eve. I can't wait.
We do that all the time. That's another family gathering. It's just an excuse to get together, isn't it? It's lovely.
Yeah, you see. Start getting it all ready Christmas Eve. Pigs in blankets, your special fancy stuffing, your gammon. Oh. And we're back in the room. Your black craft bag you've got here. This is so, I tell you what, for weight, I'd love to know how much weight that these could take, because they're so strong.
Couldn't even lift mine this morning, there's that much in it.
They really are. If I just turn, I know you can't see because it's all black, but you can hear, that is so sturdy, that bag. You could get loads. Or again, Ginger Brunwell will tell you can get quite a few bottles of wine in there as well, and gin as well. That is 38 by 28 by 12. Look at that, that's ridiculous. That's a workout Gemma's got over there. Gemma doesn't need to go to the gym, she just lifts her craft bag. Have a look at that, Rai. Look at the size of that crochet hook.
Oh yes.
Goodness me.
On my side. And half of my tools are on the desk.
Goodness me.
Everything in there.
Wow, got a kitchen sink in the bottom of there. They are fabulous. They really, really are. I love our branded bags here at Jewellery Maker, but for me, any of the black ones, any of the plain ones are brilliant, because this is essentially a black canvas for you to showcase your work on as well. So if you are going to any kind of Christmas craft fairs, and you've got yourself one of these, why not make yourself, you know, some gemstone charms to hang on here, perhaps put some more wire writing on there as well, do some fancy wire work, embellish it with gemstones. You know, if you're walking around with these things on your bag, you know, there's a good chance that somebody's going to stop you and say, oh, what's that in your bag? I like that. Yeah, I make them. Come over to my craft stall, I'm over there. Pop over and see me and I'll make you one, you know, or I've already got them on my craft stall. Anything, you know, you can glue cabochons to these if you want to, you can stitch onto it. There's absolutely loads of compartments there as well. And as you can see from Gemma's, you can fit loads in there. Tools, brilliant. You've got all your elasticated bands on here to pop those tools into, any scissors, pliers that you might need. One huge compartment there as well. And then you've got your zip at the front. More wire, more components, more tools in there. 4 of your pockets at the front. Mobile maybe. In there, some more tools, anything you need. Lunch in the middle, maybe. £19.95. I'll take your lunch to the craft fair. £19.95 already. Fantastic value, isn't it? That's not where we're staying. You've got another pocket. In fact, you've got 2, one on each side. Oh, there's something in this one. See how long I've been looking for that? Why is this in the craft bag? Honestly. £12.95 for you this afternoon. £12.95 with torch doesn't come in the bag, by the way. It was just in there. 0800 644 655. Get all of your stuff in there, all of your essentials in there, and some. And with the size of this in the middle as well, you can get your necklace busts in there as well. If you've got to take any necklace busts to your craft fair, that'd be perfect. £12.95, great Christmas present if you know somebody that is a jewellery maker, that watches us here at Jewellery Maker, that has an absolute huge stash. Do you know what, it's going on a journey as well, isn't it? You know, if you're going in the car for a couple of hours, not driving obviously, you've got to go on the train for a couple of hours on a journey, you can put all of your stuff in there, just pop it in the car, on the bus, on the train, and you can be making jewellery. You know, you can get your bead trays in there as well if you need a surface to be working on at the same time. I don't think there's anything we bring you here at Jewellery Maker that you couldn't fit in here, to be quite honest. Sue in Greater Manchester's got 2. Well done to you. So maybe that's one for you, maybe one for someone else.
It's a great gift.
I think it's a really good grift idea.
I'm just thinking, my sister, she does makeup and hair and makeup. That would be ideal for her.
Oh yeah, all your brushes.
Yeah.
Get your brushes in there, hair straighteners, curling tongs, makeup as well, for all you makeup artists and hairdressers out there. It doesn't just have to be your jewellery making stash, of course. Gents, tool bag. Yeah. Get all your tools in there as well. Get your Dremel in the middle of there as well.
Perfect.
That is brilliant. Any storage solutions, if you like. Audrey in County Durham. You've got 2 as well. Congratulations. Sue in Bedfordshire, Teresa in Kent, Teresa in Cambridgeshire, Julie in Glamorgan, Collector in Surrey, Paula in Ireland, you're there as well, Veronica in Lancashire, Sue's in Lanarkshire, Collector Helene, Collector in Devon, Sharon, Nikki, Linda. Well done. That's fab, that. Fabulous. I'll keep that torch right there. Want to own. Five minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Love them. Love, love, love them. Brand new. You want to own today, and you know what? I've got a good quantity. They're 925 sterling silver, they're not? They are sterling silver. They are sterling silver. No, do you know, the only reason I was thinking perhaps not is because of the fact that they're kind of bell charms. I was thinking, well, there could be silver plate, you know? There could be silver plate. That little bit, the balance, like, they're sterling silver. Charm bracelet that sounds like Mrs. Claus. Right, Angelite for you. Oh, now this would have gone well with the last kit, wouldn't it?
Yes, and the next kit.
Yeah.
Yeah, gorgeous.
These are huge. Probably the biggest Angelites that we have as far as size goes, which will be why we're very limited. 12. That's all we have. Just 12 chances to get these. Angelite has been referred to as the blue jadeite in the gem industry. I can remember probably 18 months ago, Deborah and Mal came into the office and had one tiny cabochon. And it was, I remember it was 3 carats. 3-carat cabochon in her hand. And she said, do you know what this is? She said, I had this in my kitchen, I've got to be honest. She said, it says Angelite, but I've never ever heard of the gemstone before. And that was when we first started to see Angelite. And it was so popular, it really is. Now, Angelite is one of those that comes with a lot of folklore and legend, and again, crystal healers particularly love this gemstone for lots of work that you do because of the supposed crystal healing properties that this gemstone has. It is completely natural, and it just has the most serene, angelic, beautiful hue, and I suppose that's where we got the name Angelite from with this gemstone. It is gorgeous, all the way from Peru. That colour, every single strand we have, textbook, absolute textbook. £14.95. 10mm rounds. They are sizable enough to just use individually. So if you wanted to just take 2 of those gemstones, have those in earrings, they'd look fab. Just one of those in the centre of a macrame bracelet for a gents piece would look fabulous. But if you want to go all out, perhaps restrand those, perhaps knot them, or perhaps make stretchies with them at £14.95. I think we can be a little bit more generous with them, if you like. YHPO12, last 12 chances. Have to check them out very, very quickly. Well done if you've managed to get those. It's time. Want to own. Tell you, they couldn't even do this on Blue Peter. Honestly, how long have you been working on this, Gemma?
Since we got into the studio, really.
I tell you, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Have a look at this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Oh, Gemma, I love it.
It's cute, isn't it?
Oh, I love it. Absolutely gorgeous. And that's just 2.
Yeah.
Just using 2 of the bells that we've got. I love it. Oh, it's so pretty. That's such a statement piece of jewellery, isn't it? Fabulous, fabulous design. The black fennel that Gemma had earlier on as well. That looks fab. I love that. It's cute. It's making me think of Christmas tree decorations again now as well. Making little wirework bells, have those jangling down in the middle if you want to. 925 solid sterling silver. We are actually being really, really spoilt with these being 925 sterling silver. We're going to pinch. Actually, I'll use some of the featherweight head pins that we've got here. Have a look at these. So they are 925 solid sterling silver. Little jingle bells. Emma Perry on camera 2. She's just stepped in. She's just stepped in to the. Oh, listen to that. How excited are you about Christmas?
I'm really excited.
Good, good, good. You need to be. If you, Claire said, if not, get out. These for me, you see, it's Christmas, isn't it? They are like actual jingle bells that you have there. There's 10 pieces in total. And I love the fact that actually, you know, they are actual bells. We've not just called them bells, they have that sound to them. You've got that movement in them as well. They are lush. I absolutely love them. You are going to get 10 individual pieces that are all 925 sterling silver. Now, with the festive season upon us, I don't know if you're aware, but it's only 50 sleeps. It's pretty close. I think these will be absolutely perfect for any jewellery designs at all. You could pop them onto your Christmas tree along with your decorations. Perhaps you've already got some. I know I've got a couple of felt reindeers that I've got to put on my Christmas tree. I might just put one of these, one bell around the neck of the reindeer on some elastic. As simple as that. Could be your Christmas decorations that you're popping these onto. As I said before, my son's Christmas jumper that I bought him last year, that had bells on it as well. So you could stitch these to your Christmas jumpers if you wanted to. Could be cards, making Christmas cards. Why not put them on your cards as well? There's so much you could do with these glass charms. How about on your Christmas crackers? A little bit of elastic, that's all, a little bit of ribbon, whatever, around the end of the crackers. Actual jingly bell crackers. Now we're going to put a clock in on screen for you, and we are going to give you a minute to get involved and find your phones, because these will go very, very quickly indeed. I do have a 3-figure quantity, which is a lot. But do you know what? I'm not so sure it's going to be enough. I'm not so sure that will be enough. So get ready to dial. There'll be multi-buys. Do you know, even if you don't make jewellery and you are somebody that makes cards, jumpers, anything like that, anything at all, craft-wise, I think every design that you'll make, oh, Gemma, I can hear it and everything.
Jingly jangly. It's lovely, isn't it?
Oh, look at that. I love that. Wait until you see that design. Oh, you've got 10 seconds. Weathers, if you have them in your basket, get checking out straight away. Go, 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 go. 10 pieces, all 925 sterling silver, so just really high end as well, you know. Gemma, can you keep it down? Oh, I'm just joking. She's jingling away over there with a bracelet. Is there 2 of those? Just wondering.
No.
I love that. She just put it on and said, no, I've got enough left. 800 644 655. Whatever whatever it is you are making over the festive period, whether it's not the festive period, it can be any time of year. You can use them as an embellishment in any of your jewellery. Just so happens that it is only 50 sleeps till Christmas, and these are going to be so great in your designs. 0800 644 655. You've got a great grand weight of your 925 sterling silver there as well. And actually, we asked Gemma earlier on where she thought we were going on price for these. What Gemma would be happy to pay. And we'll be honest, what did you say, Gemma?
I said $19.99, and that was our prices.
Yeah. So $19.95. I think it's a great price. So for 10 of them, 92577. So if you are making bracelets as well, charm bracelets, it's the perfect Christmas charm again, isn't it, for you? If you've got any of the 925 sterling silver wire earlier on, the black rhodium plated 925 sterling silver wire, you could perhaps incorporate that into the same design, make it all 95, because as we already know, that's going to be adding value to your pieces for you as well. MPRF25 is your code for this one. 10 pieces. Danny's just found 2 on the web for £8. £8 for 2 of them. I've got 10 here. I've got 10. A lot of people just using one with it. Well, you could, couldn't you? You could just use one if you want, or you know, if you are all about that jingly jangly sound because you're very excited like me and Gemma. I bet it's made you a little bit more excited, hasn't it, Gemma,
absolutely,
making that bracelet?
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. I just think that's gorgeous.
That is so. Can I borrow that?
Yes.
Is that all right? Just, you know, she's like reluctant. Yes, you can. Oh, what if I get it stuck?
Oh, it's stretchy, Hannah.
Look at this. Oh, Gemma, I love it. Is that just on 3 you've got on there?
Yeah.
3 of the jingle bells. You could probably hear it across the studio, because I could, with just 3 of those. That's the black spinel that we had earlier on, and some jump rings, and that's just jewellery elastic you've used there?
Yeah.
Wow, fantastic. That's beautiful, isn't it?
It's a lovely piece of jewellery, and it's a very saleable piece of jewellery as well.
Yeah.
So, and a great gift because it's stretchy, it'll fit anyone. Yeah. You know, no fiddly clasps.
I love that. And it's 95 with spinel. Yeah, what kind of price do you think you pop on this, Gemma?
I think you could be looking at around 40, 50. Yeah. Possibly more.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of black spinel in that. A lot of black spinel. Yeah, the black spinel, by the way, is at the bottom of your screen. There are still, I don't know how, still some available chances for you as well. 0800 644 655. Let me know what you do with yours as well. You know, if you're not popping them into jewellery and you're doing something a little bit different with them, do you know what I would do? Put them on the lid of my jewellery box, so if anybody goes in there, I can hear them. MPRF 25 on my chocolate in the fridge. 0800 644 655. Not £19.95, but £9.95. That is £1 per charm for you there. Oh my gosh, how fabulous is that? There are absolutely tons and tons of you coming through for these. Massive, massive congratulations if you've managed to get them already. If you haven't yet, you can still dial. You can still do this. I've got a huge quantity. I've got 9 on there. I did lose one somehow earlier on. It's because I was shaking them around. 0800 644 655. Loads of you multi-buying, so well done. Julie in the West Midlands has got 3. Mandy in Norfolk's got 2. Sharon in Essex has got 2. Collect It in Tyne and Weir's got 2. Kimmy in Merseyside, you've got 2. Collect It in Cheshire, you've got 2. Caroline's got 2. Dan in Essex has got 2. Kay in West Yorkshire's got 2. Collect It in London's got 3. Collect It in Greater London's got 2. They're just perfect, especially for all your cards and stuff.
I think for pets.
Oh,
you know,
really?
if you're making your high-end pet collars and things like that.
That's a good idea. On the cat collars and the dog collars,
And Baby's First Christmas, we've had the rocking horse charms and we've had teddy bear charms. You know, it's a really lovely Baby's First Christmas or bookmark or bauble because it's... Don't cry.
Yes, Gemma. That's a great idea. Baby's First Christmas. I had a stocking for my son, actually, a miniature stocking that we still have that we put on the tree every year. That's kind of Baby's First Christmas as well.
It's things that you keep, and sterling silver, of course, you can keep.
And exactly. Yeah. £9.95 to you this afternoon. MPRF 25, yeah? And we've had a text in, alternative uses for the 95 bells. They'd be fab for making outfits / accessories for belly dancers. Hey, you would see me belly dancing for a while. Or perhaps you would, actually, from a distance. 0800 644 655. That's a great idea, isn't it? Put them on any of your clothing if you want to. Again, handbags, you know, bag charms and things like that. Your hats that you're making for Christmas. Your crackers, all the Christmas things, presents. You can make it a special little charm, I'm thinking now. If you're somebody that's quite particular about wrapping presents, you know, with your ribbon and really going to town, you could make a little charm to go on the top with someone's name with wire on. I mean, that's a lot of time, isn't it? Wire writing, and then their birthstone and one of these charms, something like that.
Charms.
Yeah,
glass charms, Christmas table, everybody would be jingling.
Yeah, you soon know someone's picked up your glass, haven't you? £9.95. Fantastic, fantastic value. And I'll be completely honest with you. While I've been talking to you, the phone has rang in the gallery. Danny's put the phone down and he said it's up to you whether you say this out loud or not. It's too late now either way. But apparently we weren't supposed to have these. They were meant to go in a kit.
Oops.
So the likelihood is that you won't see them again on their own. I would just get them today. I would. MPRF 25. You could be making a design just like this. Look. Hey. 0800 644 655. Wow, Gemma said from £40. I think you said up to 60, didn't you? Depending on where you're selling and stuff. Because it's the spinel. That's the thing. You've got spinel. You've got 925 in there as well.
I think I'd probably take one bow out maybe and keep it to 2. But
yeah.
I don't know. It's not. I mean, at that price, that element there that's giving it that sort of sound is only cost £3.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I love that.
Yeah.
Absolutely love that. And for somebody like me as well that loves movement in jewellery, that loves sound in jewellery, these are perfect, absolutely perfect. If there's any left at all this afternoon, I will definitely be getting myself a couple of them, especially knowing that they're not likely to be seen on their own again. Never mind, Danny. 0800 644 655 is your code for that. And do remember, you can multi-buy as many as you like. Holidays are coming, holidays are coming. Yeah. Right. Look, she's like, take it off now. You can just take it off and you can pass it. You can pass that back over. I'll just put it there. Just there. Just there. It's time to push that away. Tibetan turquoise for you now. These have got to go down in history for me, because I've seen Tibetan turquoise before in strands, and I've seen cabochons that have been really sizable before. I've never seen natural Tibetan turquoise of such size before. I didn't even think it was possible. Now, before we came on air earlier on, I asked Danny to check. Because, do you know what? I said there's no way. And in fact, my exact words were that, well, they're not going to be natural, are they? They're not going to be. That'll be reconstituted turquoise that we're looking at. So sometimes when we have turquoise cabochons, we bring them to you and they are reconstituted, which, again, nothing wrong with that. All that we've done is added a resin to kind of finish that piece off, to give you a more substantial gemstone and to give you that smoothness, that perfection. So that's what your reconstituted turquoise is. These are natural. Now, I'm just thinking, anywhere else, I can't even begin to imagine what kind of price tag we would see on something of this size. They are absolutely huge. Every single one. Even the smallest one that I have here is really, really sizable. How many do I have? It's not enough. If you could just go back and get me some more, that'd be great. Tibet is one of the best locations for this gemstone. It is known for giving us that textbook colour that we know and that we love in turquoise, from those real turquoisey blue hues right through to the greens there that you have as well, and those gorgeous inclusions, that matrix that you've got with your turquoise there as well is textbook. That's exactly how you want it to look. You know, for any of us that love our turquoise, it's all about the matrix, or that webbing that it's also known as, that is in the gemstone there. You know, you can see that in reconstituted turquoise, and you can see that in fakes and synthetics, but this is the real deal. We're looking at 110 carats across 5 gemstones. So that averagely is over 20 carats per cabochon there. Obviously, some of these are larger than others, so you know that that'll be a bigger carat weight, more significant carat weight than the smaller one there, but averagely, that is ridiculous. Now, it might be that you get less cabochons of bigger size, or you might get more cabochons of smaller sizes, but either way you are guaranteed the carat weight that is on your screen right now, which is 110 carats. Collectors will be all over these, left, right and centre, and I would imagine multi-buyers, regardless of the price tag, telephone bidders, multi-buying, not even worried as to where the price tag is going, because they are natural Tibetan turquoise that you have here. Now, I'm going to be completely honest with you. In all the time that I've worked in the gemstone industry, I've never seen natural Tibetan turquoise anywhere near this size. I've seen nothing that even compares to it. Very recently, in the seaside shops that I always go into, I saw a turquoise ring in there. It didn't have a location on it, but it was just small. I would probably say half of the size of this one here. Quite small, in 925 solid sterling silver, and it was £125. That didn't surprise me. I wasn't shocked by that price tag. This gemstone can command big price tags. It really can, especially when you're looking at natural Tibetan. I'm thinking with the bare copper that is coming up in the next kit, I love my silver, I do, and anything would work with this. But for me, it's about that rawness, it's about that naturalness. So bare copper is the perfect team. I'm just going to bring the bare copper sheet over, in fact, from the kit, and you can see, I mean, look at that. Look at those together with the bare copper. Can you see? It just works so fantastically. So if you wanted to recreate Gemma's cuff that she's wearing at the moment, we had quite a few text messages in about the cuff that Gemma's wearing. You could do exactly the same design using the Tibetan turquoise, couldn't you?
Absolutely. And that would be my choice. If I could pick anything to go with copper, every time it would be turquoise.
You said that earlier as well, didn't you?
Turquoise greens and turquoise to go with copper. It's just the perfect combination.
Yeah, that is just stunning, absolutely phenomenal. Do you know, if I had to play, in fact, let's play, because I actually don't know where these are going on price tag. We're going to play Guess the Price Tag. Now, I'd like to think that I have quite a good knowledge of the gemstone industry. I don't sell jewellery, so when I kind of throw prices out there, I'm throwing prices out in terms of me having done my research, knowing what I know about gemstones and the industry at the time. So we're all different, it's entirely up to you. Knowing what I know about this gemstone, and with this being completely natural Tibetan turquoise, do you know what? I'm going to say $49.95 because there's 110 carats there. I would normally go higher, but this is a star buy and that quantity is not massive. So I'm thinking that you're doing something pretty spectacular. 49. I mean, Gemma, let's say that you've recreated the same design that you've got there with your cuff, with some of the bare copper that's coming up from the kit, and one of the. Well, I'll go with this one. I'll go with this this cabochon here. So what kind of price tag would you be popping on something like that? Do you think?
Probably upwards of 35, 40. Yeah. Upwards of that. Yeah, depending on how elaborate the wire work I did. But just a very simple cuff with that on, I'd say definitely 35 at the least.
Yeah. I don't know, a great price. Phenomenal price tag for it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. £19.95. Do you know what this is, don't you, Danny? No offence. Danny's like, actually, I've never sold it. I've never had it. So, there's a clue. £19.95. Collector in West Lothian has got 4 of these. Yeah. Can I congratulate you massively? That is a collector that knows they are onto something with natural Tibetan turquoise, and that carat weight, that price tag is absolutely phenomenal. Beryl in Greater Manchester has got 2 as well. Collector in Hertfordshire, Weldon 2, collector in Lincolnshire, Cameron in Hertfordshire, Geraldine in Cheshire, Sharon in Essex, collector in London, Sandra in Cumbria, collector in Gloucestershire, collector in Norfolk, Linda in North. There's loads of collectors coming through for these. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised at all. Do you know what? Oh, which one? Do you know what? They're all mine, actually. So I'm going to have these 2 as rings. I've got a beautiful oval here and a gorgeous pair there as well. That's 2 statement rings for me. Oh, a minimum of 925 sterling silver. Bare copper, if I've got the bare copper in the kit, I'm going to put one in a cuff maybe. These, I'm going to go pendants, these larger ones. Have you ever got the 925 sterling silver chain that we've had here at Jewellery Maker? Long drops and fancy wire work perhaps, or just simply prong set it with your wire. There you go. There's a beautiful pendant you've got there. Oh my gosh. Nicole in East Lothian says, I've seen one Tibetan cab for £40. Do you know, genuinely, that's a good price. That is a great price for a Tibetan turquoise. And is it natural? I've got to ask. I mean, if that's a natural Tibetan turquoise, that's amazing. 40, but I'd pay that. I would pay that. But do you know what? That's not Jewellery Maker prices, is it? This is when I just think, gosh, why is everyone not jewellery making? Why is everybody not buying their genuine gemstones from Jewellery Maker? £19.95. I've only got a few chances available. There's quite a few in basket right now, so if you do have that in your basket, you've got to make sure you're checking out as soon as you can. Like I said, it would go great with the masterclass kit and all that bare copper you've got in there as well. You've got another strand of turquoise coming up for you as well in that. It would look, oh my gosh.
They're beautiful.
They're exquisite. I don't want to move on from these, to be quite honest. £19.95. XW, RU 59. How many have I got left? Approximately 15 chances left, and at this moment in time, well, do you know what, there's constantly people coming through on the web, a constant flow of people coming through on the web, so I can't actually keep up with that number. But if you check out now, I can't promise you're going to do it now. I can't promise. This will sell out. I've got a couple of you on the phone lines to the call centre as well. It is a case of fastest fingers first with this auction. And again, if you want to multi-buy, as long as you're in there quickly and there's availability, you can take as many as you like. Collector there taking 4 in West Lothian. So huge congratulations to you. XWRU59 is your code for this. Oh my gosh. Right, coming up for you in the next hour. I can't believe where time's going today, I tell you. The kit is coming up for you that has a strand of turquoise in. Your turquoise nuggets would look great with those cabochons. I've got a multicoloured beryl strand, I've got tanzanite, I've got emeralds, I've got bare copper, I've got pearls. And I also, did you get the spinel earlier on?
They're gorgeous. I need those. I actually do need those. I've got orders to fulfill. I need those.
I need them. I actually need them. I need them. I think she needs them. That's coming up for you in the next hour as well. Or maybe not in the next hour, but at some point before the end of the show. I've got some abalone fans coming up for you. I've got my Zambian emeralds. This will be considered purchase. It's the best clarity I have ever seen in emerald. That's not B quality, is it?
No.
No. Gemstone quality, Zambian. What a way for me to finish off the show today with my favourite gemstone on the planet. Cannot wait to bring you that. So that's coming up for you at approximately 5:45 this afternoon as well. Don't go anywhere. This kit with the bear copper and the turquoise coming up for you after the break, and you'll have your demonstration as well. I'll see you in a sec.
Join us as we welcome connoisseurs to the Jewellery Maker family. A world leader in jewellery and silver beauty care, Connoisseurs is known for its product innovation and has transformed the jewellery care industry with their products, and we're excited to see what they have to offer. Tune in on Tuesday the 8th at 11 a.m. for an introduction to jewellery cleaning from the professionals. Connoisseurs on Jewellery Maker.
Tanzanite is truly spectacular. This precious gemstone is only found in one location in the world, Tanzania, Africa. Claimed to be 1,000 times rarer than diamonds, Tanzanite is the blue variety of zoisite. Tanzanite is extremely popular due to its trichroic nature, which means that 3 different colours can be seen when looking at the gem from different angles. In Tanzanite's case, these colours are blue, pinkish violet and yellow. Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
When I look back on it, I think I was brought up as a beader, not a jewellery maker, a beader. Because, you know, we always had my granny's button box and lace box, and, you know, you could go through her beads and put them all together, string them, you know. Jewellery Maker is quality, and if you want the quality, that's who you've got to go to. I like your presenters and the certain ones. Yeah, and it's a shame it's so far because I'd like to do loads more courses. But yeah, I will always be buying from Jewellery Maker. I am that sort of person with energy who likes to jump from medium to medium. Depending on what day of the week it is, depending on what I feel like. I find I work differently if I'm sitting in my workroom at the table than I do when I'm sitting with a tray in front of the television. But yeah, no, I would say to new people coming in, if you are looking at genuine gemstones, it's got to be Jewellery Maker. I would say look at the bundles, because I think you do some really good bundles. And press the button quick and buy them. You know, don't wait to think about it, because I think that's one of the big things, is if you wait, it's gone. You can always order. And what I usually do is I'll order, and I'll have other things in the back of my mind that I can add to that order to get you postage money's worth. Yeah. And if I don't like it, I can send it back. But I think that is the way to buy.
Welcome to Jewellery Maker. We're live every day from 8 AM to 11 PM.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. If you have just tuned in, you've tuned in just in time for the masterclass this afternoon. This kit is fabulous. I think, I don't know if I can pick a favourite today. I love the first one because of the design that you made, but this one, I love the bare copper. I love the turquoise and I love your pieces as well.
The collection of gemstones is just so diverse as well, isn't it? You can mix and match them, you can use them individually, they're just lovely.
Look at these pieces. Oh, Gemma, this is what I love about bare copper as well, is you can do whatever you want with it, can't you?
Yeah. I don't know where they came from, these ideas this week. I think the rough nuggets makes me think of sort of quite rustic, sort of ethnic designs, tribal designs, and so that's sort of where they came from, these ones.
They are beautiful. I love them. How long did this piece take you?
That was the longest. There's lots of stages to that one. Of course, you know, I've heated it up to help bend, to help it form, and then patinaed it. So there's lots of stages, but actually once you've got the pieces cut out, it's not too long a process.
It's fab. Absolutely love that. This kit, I love the combination of gemstones, because we were looking at kind of the turquoise and the roughness of the turquoise, kind of, which as giving you the kind of inspiration for this design, right through to the girly kind of morganites and pearls in this as well. So there's lots of different ways that you could take this particular kit, isn't there?
Yeah, and that's what's lovely about it. But this, when you get it in a kit, you're trying to take it in a direction, but I've kept the copper all the same, but it still went across all the different looks you can get in the gemstones. So the copper is so versatile, ties everything in. Yeah,
it does. And I was just looking at that piece actually with the kunzite, the morganite and the pearls, in that you can put the bare copper with any gemstones, can't you? And with those particular gemstones there, you can kind of see the softness in the bare copper, and they really complement each other. And then, like you say, with the turquoise, you get that rustic feel from it as well. So it is really diverse, as you say.
You can alter the look by either keeping it as the copper colour, and buffing it to a really sort of, just like a soft salmony pink almost, if you really buff it. But then you can darken it with your liver of sulphur or your patinas, which I know were on the show yesterday with Liz.
Right.
And bring it up to whichever colour you want, so you can make it suit any gem. Which is probably why I love copper so much, to be honest.
It is fab, isn't it? Absolutely love it. Did you have anything left over in this kit?
Loads and loads and loads. I mean, I haven't broken into my other kit, and I'm going to demo with the first kit.
Wow, so it has gone really long way.
Just clearing it all up then, wasn't I? I got loads.
Goodness.
That's from the, that's from this one. Loads, almost all my turquoise.
Don't blame you.
These lovely. This must be a Sleeping Beauty, is it?
It certainly looks that colour, doesn't it? We'll find out when the graphics are in. For those, you have 5 fantastic strands. And I do apologise as well. I've been calling this strand emerald. It's actually turquoise. I've never seen a strand of turquoise this green before.
It's just like the Tibetan turquoise cabs that you've just had.
It's fantastic. There's just so much green in there. I mean, if you look at the two side by side there, that again is, it's diversity for you, isn't it? Having those 2 different tones that you have in this particular kit. So carat weight, you've got 200 carats of the turquoise small nuggets there. Just have a quick look, and there's 75 carats. So that one is your 200 carats there. 200 carats of your turquoise small nuggets, 5x3 to 17x5 millimetres in size. And then this turquoise strand here, which was once a deal of the day by itself, 5x1 to 11x1 millimeters in size. Oh my gosh. Tanzanite. Goodness me, 70 carats of your Tanzanite nuggets you've got there. And again, look at that colour for a nugget strand. I can see the pinks in there. That is just gorgeous. 3x1 to 11x4 millimeters in size, and that is an 18 centimetre strand. And then have a look. I've never seen a multicoloured beryl strand of these kind of nuggets before. They are gorgeous, and they are, none of them are pale in colour. They are kind of definite morganites, definite aquamarines, aren't they? On the web it says multicoloured beryl, which it is. Aquamarine and morganite come from the beryl family, but the pink variety of beryl is morganite and the blue variety of beryl is aquamarine, and that's exactly what you have in this strand, and there is so much of each of those gemstones in there as well. You've got a massive 260 carats of your multicoloured beryl in there, 10x5 to 26x10 millimeters in size, and you've got your pearls. Multicoloured freshwater culture pearl nuggets, 6x7 millimeters in size. That's an absolutely huge stash of gemstones. Whether you're topping up or whether you're coming in for the first time today, what a place to start.
I know.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. It's a great stash builder, this one. You know, even if you don't use them all together, which, you know, there are combinations in there. I would definitely work together, and then they're wonderful in their own right as well.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, absolutely.
Great collection.
And then, moving on to your back cup. So again, all of you that have had your eyes on Gemma's cuff today so far, if you've got the Tibetan turquoise cabochons that we've already had, there's no reason why you can't recreate the same design using that turquoise. So you've got your bare copper sheet there, which is, just trying to find it on my list, there we go, 6 inches squared, and it's your 0.6 millimetre gauge in thickness there as well. So that kind of 6-inch length is the perfect length for a cuff already, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the whole length.
Yeah.
I've got a 3-inch diameter.
Okay.
At the thickest, and tapering to 2 inches, an inch either side.
Wow.
So yeah, you can get 3 cuffs out of that.
Wow, so 3 cuffs just from that one bare copper sheet there.
4 pairs of earrings. If you use the offcuts, if you do 3 cuffs, you'll also get 3 pairs of earrings.
Wow, so it does go really, really far, doesn't it? And we said before with our guest designers that come here, you know, always map out what they're going to do on their sheet first, whether that be with a marker pen or, you know, kind of etching it in with a tool. Map out first, and you can use every square inch of that sheet, can't you? And really maximise what you've got there. So you've got your bare copper sheet there, and you also have your 0.8 and your 0.4 millimetre bare copper wire. So you've got 10 metres of each there as well. So you've got 2 great gauges. But as Gemma said, the great thing about your bare copper is you can use your patinas, you can use your liver of sulphurs and things like that as well. So that is fantastic to be able to do that and give it that different look, or give it that aged look with your designs. All of this today for one fantastic, fantastic price tag. DGGC28 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655. If you came in today and bought all of these components individually on the web, £49.60 is what you would be paying. I mean, that is just fantastic, fantastic value. You've got 5 strands of gemstones there, 5 different strands of gemstones, and all of your bare copper. We're at £49.60 already. 0800 644 655, or on the web today at JewelleryMaker.com. We do have a fantastic quantity. As far as quantities go for kits, I think this is the biggest quantity kit I've seen in quite a while actually. DGGC28. If you have already checked out, well done, because you're not paying that price tag anymore. £29.95.
That is such good value.
Isn't that just? There's 1, 2,
such good value.
3, 8 components. 8 components to this particular kit. That's like £3 that's £3.74 per component. I mean, can you know, let's say for example, if I bought you this Tanzanite strand, normal auction, just normal, £3.74. We've taken that down to. Do you think it would sell out?
Our call centre would be flagging with exhaustion,
They would,
wouldn't they?
they're going to melt down, I think. £3.74 for that tanzanite strand. Or how about this? I mean, we brought it to you as a deal of the day once upon a time. So we probably took it down to, I don't know, £15, something like that, on the deal of the day. But today, £3.74. Or how about... Hang on. Well, I'm just thinking, do you know, genuinely, I mean, look how much morganite is in that strand. Look at all of those pinks. I don't know. Pair of earrings, you know, use those shards of morganite, pair of earrings, 95 solid sterling silver earring findings. What they're going to be, £15 to £20, depending on where you're selling, for 2 of those gemstones. But look at the price tag for the whole entire kit. You've got pearls, £29.95 if you restrand those.
They're top drilled as well, so they're gorgeous. You space those out,
yeah,
you get the most gorgeous effect with them because they're like little drops.
Yeah,
they're lovely. They're really lovely.
I cannot believe that price tag for what we have in this kit. That is just phenomenal. £3.74 each component there,
and that's a double strand.
Yeah, exactly. So if we throw another component into the mix there, because that is essentially 2 with the double strand, it's even less, isn't it? I mean, look at that for a stash. Goodness me. Loads of you multi-buying. Exactly what I would be doing this afternoon. Massive, massive congratulations if you've managed to get more than one of these. Congratulations for just getting one of them. That is incredible. That tanzanite. I mean, you could make a sweet with that alone and get your money back, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could. Definitely. A ring, you know. Make 3 rings out of this stash. You're done. Or make your 3 pairs of earrings.
Yeah.
From your copper sheet of the offcuts.
Yeah.
You know, don't even use any gemstones.
The offcuts, yeah.
You're
just
make
the leftovers.
Yeah.
And get your money back.
Absolutely.
DGGC28 is your code for this one. I've got some stamping blanks coming up for you as well that are brand new as well, so they're going to be coming up for you in this hour. If you've got that kit in your basket, get checking out. You're going to absolutely love it when you get it home as well. And if you have never worked with the bare copper before, do you know what? Don't worry, because Gemma's going to show us how. Which piece are you going to show us, Gemma?
I'm going to show you how to put the mask together.
Fab.
I think the main focus today for me, because it's not new to me, but it's something I've not done as a theme in the kit before, is creating patterns in the copper. I usually do a texture of some nature, but I've never actually done a complete pattern. So if you look quite closely at the, particularly the oval, the marquise, or particularly the sort of cowbell shaped one, you'll see there's a very specific pattern all the way around it, and that I achieved by using letter stamps.
Oh wow!
So I want to really focus on getting those patterns and how that works for you, but also talk you through a few of the processes for working with the copper.
Okay.
I'm just going to duck down because I've got everything out apart from the one thing I actually need.
Cookie. Just joking.
I'm ready. Get my cookies.
Cookie!
I've been nibbling cookies all day. Right, yeah. So I've got my letter stamps here. Now you might have a different type of set. We do stock these.
Yeah.
But any you can get, because all we're looking for is shapes.
Right.
So we'll be using those. But I just took you through the composition and making this mask up as well. So how to get his design and outline. So first off, I just created a shield-like shape, and that's him there. So I created like a shield, and then put in some ears on. So that's the back plate for our mask. And then if you take your shape and take a piece of copper that you've got left over and draw around him. In fact, for this bit, 'cause we're doing the insert with his nose and things like that, we actually can take this right up to the edge and take his ear to the edge as well, because that save us a bit of waste.
Okay.
So all we want is the basic outline of his face, and draw him round that copper with a marker pen. Okay. So that is the face that we're going to be working into. So then I'm going to think about, what do I want him, how do I want the features of his face to be? And I searched up on images, a web search images, for mask templates, and just looked at the different mask ideas you could get. And so my basic overlay I wanted was, we put some eyebrows in. So put his eyebrows in around there, and then a nose. I keep it really simple because remember you've got to cut this out. So I'm keeping it nice and simple. His eyes and his nose, and then I linked it because I didn't want to cut separate pieces. I kept it all very simple. So we've got a mouth in there, a nose shape, and eyebrows. And then I gave him a bit of a zigzag here. Okay. So I kept it very rough and ready because I wanted it to be quite rustic. Okay, so I didn't paint too much about it. Yeah. And then once you've got that shape, this is the 0.6 millimeter gauge copper, so it's thicker. Right. We have the 0.5, 0.6, and you're surprised at the difference in how it is to work with and the strength of it. So these straight edges you can cut with shears. So I'll just show you. It does take a bit more force. Okay. But these straighter edges you can sort of cut round with your shears with those and nibble rather than try and do big long cuts. So just small cuts like that. Those you can do with that, but when you come in to do curves and little pieces like this, you really do need to use your saw. Right, okay. So I'll just show you how to set up the saw and what you would use to do that. So I've got a coping saw here, and they've got little, I've lost my little toggle on that end. And you buy your blades as well. You can buy all these things on the JM website. Okay. Oh, can't pick it up. Hey. So you get your blades. When you look at your blades very closely, this is a size 1 blade, so it's the finest in your pack. Okay. If you look at it very closely, it's got teeth and 2 flat edges, which is where you clamp it into your saw. And then what you want to do is when you cut or when you saw, it's the downstroke that does the cut. Right. So when you're popping it into your coping saw blade, into your frame, you want to make sure that the teeth are going downwards. And if you run your finger across, it won't cut you because it's like sandpaper really. It's only when you really so that we want the teeth so that as you run your finger up, that's when the catch and come down, it's smooth. Okay. So you line it up like that, obviously with the teeth facing upwards. It's so hard to see in the studio. And then you've got on your saw blade, you should have 2 of these little wing nuts, and this one opens this side, and you clamp your blade into this area here. Okay. So that clamps in there, and you do up your wing nut there. These blades are very fine, and so they do break. So be prepared when you're first starting, when you're first practicing, to break quite a few blades. Right. It's just the same for everybody. That's how it is. And even when you've been doing it a long time, you'll find you'll just move it wrong. You'll have a lapse of attention, and you'll snap it. They do snap. So and because they're so fine. Right. Then to do at the other end, I've lost my wing nut out of this side. But what we want to do is get a really good tension on the blade. So we want it to be very taut. So to do that, if you pull the blade, I usually pop the handle onto my sternum or onto a table and push together. You can see that blade sort of kink in there, so I know I need to extend the frame a little more. So just make the frame a little bigger. And there's another wing nut here that extends the frame. Make sure that's nice and tight. And then we'll bring that up, and we should then. So then I'm going to push that in so I know that when I release, it's going to pull that taut. I'm just going to... I'll use a bit of copper. My wing nut's come away on this one. This isn't a JM saw, by the way. This is one I've had for a long time. So we do this one up nice and tight. And then when I release, you should have this lovely, very tuneful.
A little instrument there.
And if it doesn't make that noise, then you really need to tighten it back up. Okay. But then that's ready to saw. Okay, so you're sawing a downstroke, and it is really easy. You have something called a bench peg, a little block that sits on your desk, you clamp to your table, and you sort of work into it like that. So I always position my body slightly off to the side. Right. Make sure you've got enough room so that your saw can come down like this, and a V notch into your peg, and then you've got something to pop your work onto, and then you can manipulate. Yeah. And when you're cutting, it is hard to show you in this studio because our overhead isn't over the desk here. When you're cutting, if I'm cutting here, in fact, if you hold that up for me, that's it. If I was cutting here, when I come to come around that corner, I keep moving my blade up and down.
Yeah.
And trying not to travel with it. So you're just literally moving it up and down, and then turn your piece very slowly. And you'd be surprised how tight a turn you can get on there.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so and you keep going, and it's very, very quick. You think it's going to take ages, but it doesn't. It happens very quickly. So that's how you cut your shape out.
Bam. We've got some text.
Okay.
First one from Sarah. She says, our jewellery is immense, I tell you.
Thank you.
Can't get over the face. Wow. It's incredible, isn't it? Just fabulous. I know, look at that.
I wasn't sure whether he looked a bit too much like Frankenstein, but I thought,
Not
wow,
sure.
it's Halloween.
No. Eleanor in Barcelona says, got mine already. Couldn't wait for the discount. What an amazing kit. Also, never used bare copper sheet.
Oh, really?
Wow, Eleanor, you surprised me. You've been a customer for ages. Let us know how you get on with it, Eleanor. Susan in Gloucestershire says, the best kit I think I've ever seen on JM for such a great price. Thanks. You are welcome, Susan in Gloucestershire. I'm going to squeeze in these new stamping blanks. Before we move on, have a look at these hexagon stamping blanks. There's loads here. These are really weighty as well. Really weighty. They're fab, aren't they? You could just stamp initials on those, couldn't you? At the back of a neckline piece, or as the main feature in a neckline piece. Perfect. They are silver-plated brass hexagon stamping blanks, approximately 16 by 12 millimetres in size, luster-tastic, and you will get 15 of those, 15 pieces in total. So it could be that you put initials on them, or if you've got a necklace design, perhaps you could take, depending on your name, obviously how many letters are in your name, but spell out your name across, 5 or 6 of the stamping blacks if you wanted to. You can put a significant date on them also if you wanted to. It's entirely up to you what you do with these. 0800 644, whoopsie, 655. SJ XL 79 is your code. £5.95. There's 15 there. They are brand new as well. That's not a brand new price tag. That's like a clearance price tag. 0800 644 655. Add them to your order. Get this kit home. Use them in these designs. Entirely up to you. Use them in something different. If you add it to your order today, you've got no extra cost on your postage and packaging. £2.95 in any one day. Midnight last night until midnight tonight. Doesn't matter how many pieces you order. What's that, sorry, lovely? Okay, we're going to have to put the price tag for these at the bottom of your screen because Danny cannot possibly bring that on.
I'll go have a drink.
In a big price tag. You go for it, Gem. There's 5 of them. 5 stamping blanks, 35 by 19 millimetres inside the £3.95. Just saying. Hashtag just saying. You fit a whole name on there as well. They're really sizable, aren't they? Secret Santa. Yeah, definitely. Easy, £3.95. I've got loads there as well. 0800 644 655. It's about personalising things as well, Often when it comes to, if you want to get anything personalised these days, it's not very affordable, is it? No. If you go to like the engravers or the guy that cuts the keys, whatever, what's the actual name of the person that does that?
The key cutter.
It's not a locksmith, no. Is it just a key cutter? It's like a name that you go and they replace heels on your shoes. Cobblers. They cut keys. That's the one I was looking for.
I think they just do shoes.
Yeah, but a lot of them do key cutting and stuff like that, and engraving as well, don't they? That's the word I was looking for anyway. If you go and have anything engraved there, it's quite expensive. It's like something like a couple of quid a letter, or Yeah.
These are great for your doming resin as well. I put a photograph on there and then dome it. You get a lovely personalised thing.
That's a good idea, isn't it? I have this one. I do. Tool making kit. This is an essential. Absolutely is. So, as I was saying earlier on, if you're coming in for the first time, looking for somewhere to start, well, do you know what? That gemstone stash we've just bought you in that kit is a great place to start, my goodness me. You will need some essential tools, of which you have here. Can I have the list back on the screen? Is that all right, Danny? You have 8 pieces in total. You've got your round nose pliers, your wire cutters, your flat nose pliers, your storage tub, your tweezers, your scoop, your snip, and your reamer there as well. So they are absolute essentials. Then 3 tools, your cutters, your round nose pliers, your chain nose pliers. You're going to need them. These are the little tools that you've got there, added extra in there, and you've got your Jewellery Maker case. So Christmas, again, 50 sleeps. Oh yeah. If you're thinking of getting any of your friends, any of your family members into Jewellery Maker, this would be a great gift, wouldn't it? GLCR60 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655. Get checking out as soon as you can. Tools on their own. Well, we've seen prices kind of around the £10 price tags. Depends where you go, really. There's lots of hardware shops that do sell these kind of tools. We've seen prices for kind of £10 for a tool before. There's 8 pieces in here. Oh, £10 for everything you've got in there. Everything. So that's 8 pieces, 8 individual tools you've got in there, and your case. That's like £1.10 each.
That's amazing, isn't it?
No.
What?
It's not £9.95.
That's amazing. You can have that bag and that for less than £20. That's an amazing gift.
Do you know what? I might come in and just get some more, because I'm always saying it's always great to have more than one pair of anything.
Yeah.
In case you lose them, misplace them, whatever. One for the craft bag, one for the workroom. If you're teaching as well, come in and get a few of these. That's ridiculous. In fact, I said earlier on, I asked the guys here if they'd been into a particular shop. I've only come across this shop very recently, and I went in there this week when I was showing. I had no idea what they sold. It just caught my eye. I was like, well, what do they sell? What is that shop? So I went in and had a look. Lots of craft bits and pieces in there. I saw a pair of pliers and they were £4, and I thought, you know, that's a really good price. £4. We will not be beaten,
The
let me
case
tell you.
as well. It's not just that, it's the case as
Yeah.
well. You know.
Somewhere to keep all your bits and bobs.
Yeah.
I tell you, you go into that, have you seen that stationery shops that the kids are loving at the moment that have pencil cases with like 5 different compartments, rhymes with wriggle. Yeah, there's like a new stationery shop, and honestly, all the kids, I've never heard of it before until my son was like, I've got to have this one particular pen. £10 for a pencil case. Yeah. £10! It's 50p in my day, I tell you, if you were lucky. Right, Gemma, let you carry on then.
Okay, so I want to mark this out ready for stamping and ready for texturing. So I'm going to overlay the top onto the bottom, and I'm going to make sure it's positioned in the right place. I'm just going to draw around it so that I know where not to worry about stamping on the base. So I know if I mark this out, this is where this piece is going to sit, and I don't need to worry about putting any texture underneath there. Okay. We also need to cut some holes.
Okay.
Okay, so I will put a hole here and a hole here. And I think on the piece that I've done there, I've also put another hole here to attach it into the neckline piece. And I've also given some holes where his eyes would be.
Right.
So if I put where the eyes would be, roughly. Okay. So we're ready to start stamping. In fact, before we do anything else, I think I will cut those holes, and I know it's all lined up properly. Right. Because sometimes when you're cutting 2 pieces together, they can slip a little bit. So it's probably best we make sure we've got that all done first. So I've got these little punches. Now these are invaluable. Whenever they come on, get as many as you can. Okay. Because once you've used them, you never want to go without them, because they're not just good for metalwork. They're great for using with your copper, with your other sheets, your stamping blanks, your leather. Anything really, even if you're making, like, you know, if you're upcycling CDs and things like that, they punch through those. They're absolutely brilliant. So what I'm trying to do is keep my piece of copper in place, and hold it nice and tight. Pop my into the hole on my vise here, my clamp. Can you see? Am I going from this side?
Okay.
Should we go from this side or from the front? What's going to be easier?
We can see.
Yeah. So as I turn the handle, you can see that pin is coming in and onto the copper.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to try and punch through both at once. I've got to turn it down now to get the pressure. So turn it down, I'm going to turn the handle. It's a little bit tougher because I've got 2 sheets I'm going through, but considering that they're 2 thicker sheets, it does pop through quite easily. And don't worry if it moves out like that, it's not going to change position. So turn it all the way down as far as it will go. That'll punch through. You'll feel it pop through, and then we just release it by...
You wouldn't think it would be that easy, would you, to go through a copper sheet?
No, but it really is. Yeah. And remember, it's a tool like any other. It will blunt eventually, so that's why I say get as many as you can when you can. The other thing that can sometimes happen is it can get the pieces can get caught in the actual housing. So make sure that you try and clear that out and push that down every time, so that you don't get too clogged up in there. You see them all the pieces jumping out there. So that's that one, and then we'll do the same on the other side. So this time, make sure that those holes are lined up on that side. Come to the other side, reposition your work so it's all in the right place. And a little tip, if you don't want that to slip, because sometimes it can, something I do just to make sure I'm safe is take a little bit of wire and pop it through the 2 holes there, and just literally pop it like that, to give it a twist, just to hold, just to make sure that even if it does have a little bit of slip, you still can get a wire through all the way through. Okay, so we'll pop that one in. I'm not being too particular where the hole is now. And turn. So the little rhyme is righty-tighty, lefty-loosey.
Right-to-tight, left-to-loose.
Yeah.
Fireman Sam taught me that.
Yeah, it was Lucy that taught me that here. Right, there we go. So now I've got my 2 holes in, they're ready, so that now I know I can attach the 2 together. And we also need 2 holes near to the eyes. Now, if you've got a drill and you're used to using a drill, then you can pop your drill hole in exactly where your eyes are. But if you haven't, you've only got this tool to work with, you may not get that tool in right onto the eye, because you've obviously only got so far to go. So let me just, so we're going to go as near as we can to the eye, okay? And drop that down. Because we're making the eyes with spirals in a minute, it won't matter if we're just slightly off, because it just means that the corner of the spiral will be there, and we'll sit the centre of the spiral on the actual eye. So all you want to do is make sure that you get it the same on the other side, or roughly in the same spot on the other side, so it's not too so it's as symmetrical as you can get it, really. Okay, so that's all the holes we need for a minute. Right, so now I'm going to put some patterns in. So I've drawn out where I don't need to stamp, because that's the top. So I take my block now and pop it on my block, and I need a hammer. I would suggest using an old hammer, or even a hammer from the shed if you haven't got one of these, because you don't want to be using your best hammer onto your dies or your dapping heads, because you're going to mark the hammer head. So this is literally, we need something heavy to strike down and imprint whatever we've got on the tip of our punch or stamp. Okay, so out here from all the letter stamps I've got one little dash. I've got a V, because that makes a great zigzag. I've got a little smile, which would have been a comma or a bracket. And I've also got a comma as well. So we've got a variety of shapes here. So instead of using them as what they are, we can use them as shapes. So I'm going to take the V, and I'm going to do a V all the way around sort of the upper eyebrow area, or the inner brow. So what you want to do is make sure that you've got your die, your punch nice and upright, and you're going to hammer straight down from the top. Okay? So one hard tap, so you really commit to it, and you get a good imprint. Now, this is a great thing to practice doing your stamps with, because you'll practice your texture, and it doesn't matter, because we're creating a really rustic look. you're going to get a good practice. Now, I'm not hammering on the best surface I could be hammering on here, because this has got a lot of give because it's a foam mat.
And the perspex has underneath
and
it.
The perspex has got a bit of give too.
Yeah.
So ideally what you want to be doing is using a block on a sandbag or on a cloth of some nature onto a solid surface, because the less give you've got underneath, the better a stamp and the clearer a stamp. You can see the reverberation as I hit it. So if it's a dull thud, you know it's got too much give. If it's a sharp tap, then you know you've got it right underneath. Okay, so I'm just following the shape of those eyebrows around with the punch. And at home I would be getting my face down level with that so that I could see where I was going. But all I'm doing is following that line round. So I'm getting these lovely V shapes which are making this zigzag. Okay, and I'm not worrying too much, but the other ones I was much more precise on. Okay, so here's our zigzags. There we go. We've got zigzags in there. It looks like he's got bushy eyebrows. Where's my pen gone? Oh, here it is. Right, so I also wanted a bit of a zig in there, a bit of pattern in here, so I'm just going to draw in the sort of lines that I would like to fill with a texture. Okay. So for this texture I've used just the little dash. So what's the last one you pick up? Just the little dash. And I've traced the line, so this one is just a line here.
Okay.
It's very hard to say, but it is just a straight line.
Okay.
And so I'm going to try and trace that line all the way down the V I've created.
Yeah.
Now, if your copper is really shiny, can you see the reflection on the copper? If your copper or your sheet metal is really shiny, you can place that and actually see exactly where it's going because of the reflection. So I've traced that line down, defining the shape that I want, all the way. So that's done like the outline then. And then within there, I've taken it and done lines to sort of fill the area. And again, you can be as precise with this or just create a texture however you want. Okay, so we're creating that shape there. I think I've got all sorts of textures on there, and this is what you can play with. You can play with the textures you want on yours. But once you've textured it all, and you've got everything that you like on this under surface, you can then texture the top. So for this one, I've done the line sort of through the mouth to define the upper from the lower lip. So let's do that quickly. A straight line. Okay, and then I've given him some texture down his nose and on the forehead too. So let's try the circles this time. So just pop some circles in here. These are just the O's. And you can really go to town playing with textures and shapes. Here you go. Put one more. Okay, so let's pretend I've done all the texturing I want to do on there, make that up a bit more. And then I'm going to shape him, because once I put these two together, it's going to be hard to shape. Yeah. Now, if you've got a gas torch and you're used to using your gas flame, then this job is so much easier if the copper is annealed. And annealing means that you bring the copper up to glowing bright red and then quench it straight away. And it goes very soft and malleable. Yeah. And then obviously when you punch then, the impression is much deeper and much easier to achieve. And also I've done some dappling on here, and that's much harder with a hard metal, but it still can be achieved. In fact, shall I show you a bit of that? Yeah. Just quickly. And I've got jewellery hammers here. This is a fabulous little pack, but you can use the big hammer that I've just been using as well. You can use the ball peen end of that hammer. But I like these little ones. It gives me a bit more precision. Yeah. So I'm gonna really bash, get some good texture in there. Because I wanted a really sort of rustic looking edge. I didn't want to file it to a beautiful finish.
Okay.
So I've used my hammer to texture the edge. So what I've tried to do is angle my hammer into the edge to give me a really wiggly, zigzaggy effect. So take your hammer in, you see I'm bashing into the edge to really get that frilly look around the edge. Still we need filing or sanding, but I really wanted it to look aged. There we go. So that's got a bit of a texture on there. Not a great texture. I've just put a bit in just for effect. Okay. So once you've done all that, this is all ready to put together. We want to bend it into a shape first. So you can use, if you don't have a pair of these wonderful forming pliers, which are great because you just press down and it just gives you a shape. These are great if you haven't annealed your copper and you want to get a shape because it takes the pressure out of your hands. So that's brilliant. If you've annealed it, you can bend it literally around a bottle, which is what I did. Just bent it around a bottle with my fingers. If you've none of those tools and you've got a sandbag, then you can hammer it into the sandbag and get a shape going on. But you do need to get both the same. So these are ideal because I can bend this one as well and I know it's going to fit perfectly on top of the other one because the angle is exact. Okay, so let's get these out of the way. So now these are ready to attach together. So they should sit nicely on top of one another, nice and round in there. So let's attach that first. We take a 0.4 wire in the bare copper, and this will just attach them together. So all I'm going to do is use the same piece of wire to go across the back of the piece. Just line up those holes there on the back. Got a wire coming through and line them up this side too. Got wires coming through and then just push that wire into the back there. Okay, so that it's not sticking out. But this gives you options of mounting as well, because you might not want to have holes here with chain coming either side or gems coming either side. You might want it to sit more sort of flush onto something, so you can use these wires across the back. And then we're just going to literally stitch that a few times just to keep that in place. So come back up through that hole there in the copper, wrap around nice and tightly and back up through, maybe 3 times to keep it very secure. Okay, so that's that side, and then the same on this side. Making sure that they're lined up. Put that one through. And the same again.
Okay.
It looks like you've got loads of space and you can't find how to get it through. Right, there we go. So that's now attached really nicely together. It's not going to go anywhere. So I just put his eyes in, show you how I've done his eyes. So for this we need a pair of rhino pliers and your cutters, and we're going to cut. I'm going to take a length of, is this a 1 mil or was it 0.8?
It was 0.8.
Yeah. So let's cut a length of that. And then I'm going to pop, what have I got here, about 10-15 centimetres. I'm going to trim it down in a minute. But what I want to do is fold it generally in half and then come from the back and take one end through each of those eye holes that you've made and just push that through to the front. So give it a good pull so that it's nice and firmly through. And then we're going to create a spiral on each. So we want to make sure, most importantly, that they're both the same size. And you're going to have to use a bit of guesswork here on how big you want the spiral of the eye. So I'm going to say we're going to go 2 inches, and hope that makes a little bit less actually. Let's go 1.5 inches.
Right.
And make sure they're the same. 1.5 inches for each eyeball. And then we're going to, from the very tip, with the tip of our round nose pliers, we're going to just roll as tight a spiral as you can. Okay. So you've got so far with your spiral, you need to take your flat or chain nose pliers, hold on across it, and roll it in. just rolling that in there.
Okay.
And I think we might have them just about the right size. So remember, remember those holes that we made weren't central, so we want to make sure that the centre of the spiral ends up on the mark that you've made for the eye. So we just roll it in and push it down when we get to about the right place.
Okay.
Okay. We do the same on the other side. And hold on tight. Roll it around. Take your pliers and try and get that as tightly bound as the first one.
Okay.
Okay. And again, trying to line up the centre of that spiral with where you've marked for the eye. And just push down. So there's your eyes in place. They're ready. I punched some holes in the ears as well, actually, to dangle some earrings from.
Oh, I love it.
And little, some little earrings. And he's also got a ruff around his neck, and that was using these tail wires that I've got here. You just bring those around and thread your gemstones onto those and pull them around his neck. Yeah. Because you just wanted that ruff of gemstones around, just to frame the bottom of his chin there. Okay, so in terms of, I've patinaed him with liver of sulphur, and then used a very fine wire wool to buff up the light areas. But to be honest, I didn't take too much of the patina off. I liked him quite dark. Yeah. So I left a lot of the darkness in there. But the dark, even if you buffed it right up, you'd still have the darkness in the recesses. So you'd still get a really, really aged, ancient look to him. But there's one thing I did want to show you. Aside from the polishing, is I've made some little knotted head pins. Should I show you how to create those? Because that's really useful if you haven't got bare copper head pins. It's nice to have those to add your embellishment. So if I show you with the wire, I've got this 0.4 wire here, which is great because it goes through all the gemstones easily. I'll just show you how to make some little head pins for your piece. So take your round nose pliers and leave yourself about 1 inch on the end of your wire, and we just roll that in. We're not going to pull it too tight, literally just rolling it in like so, and then take the tail and wrap, not too tightly, but quite tight. Wrap 3 or 4 times around the actual wire that's sticking out. Okay, nice and tight, and then we trim that little tail off there. Okay, so it looks just like a wonky wrapped loop. But now what you do is hold on to the tail with your fingers, and just use your fingernail to push down and pull that wire through. Oh. Give it a little tug, and it forms a tiny little knot that's all tucked in. Yeah. And then that's a head pin for you. And that will patina just the same as all your other things. But it's a sweet little knot for the end of your...
That's brilliant.
End of your gems.
That's really useful little tip, that is, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know, they're quite neat. I mean, if you're not using a torch and you're not confident to use a torch, it's a great way of making your head pins if you haven't got any, especially with the bare copper, which is hard to come by. Yeah,
of course.
So these I did to make him little earrings. So just threaded some of my turquoise on, of the different varieties as well, because they complement each other, but different. So make him some little earrings. They just popped onto the end, and then punch a little hole in his ear and hang them on. I also made lots of jump rings. Yeah. So that he had loops around his ears.
And you just did that with the wire as well?
Yeah.
That's
the thicker wire. But that's it.
I love that, because that for me, that's attention to detail, isn't it? Because you could have just done the face and left it at that, but the fact that you've done the earrings as well and the necklace.
He needed it. He needed that, didn't he? So yeah.
I love that. It's absolutely fantastic. I've loved that demonstration. It's great. It really, really is. Thank you so much for showing us that, Gemma.
You're welcome.
How long do we have left? Ooh, got time to squeeze these in, have I? Yeah. I'm going to do the jump rings first then. I've got some of the black jump rings here. And these smaller jump rings, they're your 5mm jump rings that I have here, but these are great if you are doing any of your kind of steampunk jewellery, or if you're doing anything for the gents pieces, they'd be perfect. 5mm, and there's 250 pieces in total. They're your open jump rings that you've got there as well, so you could use these as connectors for your bigger jump rings if you wanted to in designs as well, or just again simply link them all together and have a beautiful necklace or bracelet design with those. QSPO50 is your code for these. 0800 644 655, or on the web this afternoon at JewelleryMaker.com. Do remember that you can add to your order as many times as you like in any one day. One postage and packaging. How about that, eh? £2.95, midnight to midnight, no matter how many pieces you've ordered from us. So get filling those baskets. QSPO50. If you are making chainmail, 250, that's a lot of jump rings. You'll be able to make a lot of jewellery with that as well. If you're not making chainmail and you are just using them as is intended, which is for connectors, if you like, at the end of your bracelet or your necklace. So if you've got, for example, some chain, and you want to attach a clasp, you'd pop your jump ring on there, perhaps one or maybe two per design, depends on the type of chain that you're using. And if you're only using one or two per design, then actually that's a lot of jewellery that you're going to be making with those, isn't it? They'd last a very long time. QSPO50 is your code for these. Ooh, £5.95 for this afternoon. That's fantastic, fantastic value. I'd multi-buy at that price tag.
Yeah, that's a great price.
It is, isn't it? And this colour as well. We've had lots and lots of feedback about the kind of gunmetal and the blacks with the wires and all the findings and stuff. Yeah. It's great for your gents pieces of jewellery, adding that masculinity in there. It's great. But also you've got a colour that's going to work with everything in your stash, haven't you? Imagine these with the black spinel we had earlier on.
Just thinking that I've put the silver in between, but they look great in between instead.
They would, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they really would.
Metallics, and metallics very much on trend again this season as well. All over the catwalk at London Fashion Week back in September. So if you are a follower of fashion, maybe just top up your stash with those. Gorgeous. Sweetie bracelet would be good with those as well. Right, should I do the chain? Chain. I call that the Carol song. I've only ever seen Carol singing it. Have a look at this. Perfect for those jump rings if you've just got those. Loads of chain. Excuse me. Is this 10 metres? Woo! Oh, you could mix this with the silver chain that we had earlier on, couldn't you?
Yeah, it's got the same sort of fluidity, hasn't it? The same sort of size links as well.
Yeah, that would look fab, wouldn't it?
Lovely.
So again, the black chain that you've got here will work great with those jump rings, great in your gents pieces, or if you just want to do something a little bit different with your designs. 10 metres in total of your black plated brass oval link chain there, 5x6mm. So you could very easily get your head pins through there, no problem at all. Your thicker gauges, or your really thick gauges of wire with that as well, in fact. So you can attach charms to that if you wanted to. In fact, your lobster claw fastening would go through that, and your bolt ring fastening as well. If you wanted to attach charms that have those on them, you could easily do that. With 10 metres, that is 20 16-inch necklaces and 10 7-inch bracelets or anklets. It's a lot, isn't it? That's a lot of jewellery. Or you could just simply sell this by the inch on your craft store. If somebody wants something a little bit different, perhaps they like a design that's on your craft store but would prefer to have this. If that's easier for you to swap it over, then just swap it over for them. VWPO 69, £9.95. Although I did hear the word should.
A lot of that today.
Not £9.95 anymore. I said not £9.95. £6.95 for you this afternoon. That's incredible. That's like 69 pence a metre. So if you break that down into 3 components per metre, that's like 20 something pence per component. Yeah. 69 pence per metre, 3 pieces of jewellery out of that metre. We are laughing. See, jewellery making doesn't have to be expensive, does it? It can be so affordable. Come in, add this to your order today. 10 metres will go a long way, whatever you're doing with that one. 0800 644 655. Make sure you're checking out your baskets as soon as you can for that one. And if you've got anything else in your basket from today, gotta check it out. Gertrude in West Midlands, well done, collects it in Buckinghamshire, collects it in Yorkshire's got to Linda in Lincolnshire, Denise, well done, Nikki, Gail, Bertha, Nikki in Vienne, Kate in Dorset, you're there as well, congratulations to you. You've got yours. Coming up for you after the break, I've got 3-star buys. I've got blacks for now. I've got the Abalone fans and I've got that Zambian emerald. I've never ever seen a Zambian emerald strand like it.
That is quite a last hour, isn't
ever. It? Isn't it just? Isn't it just? You've got to stick around. It's Friday. It's party night. Stay with us here at Jewellery Maker. We've got another hour with you. Loads more cracking deals and I promise you, incredible prices. I mean, the prices we've seen today already, shockingly low. If you have just tuned in and you're thinking, what have I missed? You've missed a lot, I'm going to be honest with you. There is still availability, so just get yourself along to the website, www.jewellerymaker.com. If there's anything left, that's where you'll find it. Just pop it in your basket and make sure you're checking out. Go and get yourself a fresh cuppa. Maybe something stronger. It is Friday. I don't know. It's up to you. Leave it up to you. And I'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques. There are 2 easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Join us as we welcome connoisseurs to the Jewellery Maker family. A world leader in jewellery and silver beauty care, Connoisseurs is known for its product innovation and has transformed the jewellery care industry with their products, and we're excited to see what they have to offer. Tune in on Tuesday the 8th at 11 AM for an introduction to jewellery cleaning from the professionals. Connoisseurs on Jewellery Maker.
When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started.
We here at Jewellery Maker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you will receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with Jewellery Maker FIFO reviews.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for a star buy for you now. twinkle, twinkle, little star. Oh, oh, oh. It's just so beautiful. Oh, would you look at these? Oh my gosh. Glamour, glamour, glamour. That is black spinel, isn't it? That's the first word that pops into my head other than luster. Is glamour. It is, for me, it's one of the most glamorous gemstones because of that chicness, because of that classicness that you have with black spinel. The fact that you could put this with any outfit in your wardrobe and it would work perfectly. The fact that you don't have to put it with anything and it works perfectly. Every single gemstone here, faceted beautifully. For a gemstone of this size, you know, you might think, oh, smaller the gemstone, that's going to be easy to facet, isn't it? No. The more difficult that will be to facet. And not one of those gemstones on that strand looks out of place. Every single one. I mean, look at the number of facets on each of those gemstones as well. That is giving you maximum sparkle, maximum luster from every single gemstone. So even if you just used one of those gemstones and put that in with something else, it would stand out a mile, that black spinel. Oh. Oh, you could use them as spacers in with the other strand, couldn't you?
I thought, yeah.
If I bring back the bracelet that we had earlier on, you know, use the smaller spinel in with the larger spinel. Oh, that's just like, oh, look at all that luster. That's like a disco, spinel disco for a Friday night. Just stunning. And you know, that's 18 carats in a 29 centimetre strand. Just look at how much you have there. Oh, wow. Do you know what? I just looked at my poppy then for a second and thought, do you know what I'd like to do? If you're making your own poppies, the centre, just in, can you imagine? That'd be like your going out poppy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine? Just filling that centre bit there with your black spinel would look phenomenal. It really, really would. 18 carats. I'm going to count out 20 gems. There's got to be at least 100. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Yeah, I'd say there's a good 100 gemstones on that strand. And this size, fantastic for embellishments. But there's no need to do anything else with these if you don't want to. You know, just by themselves, they look phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And there isn't anything they wouldn't work with.
I sold lots of those last week. I did a fair, like a sale.
Yeah.
And I sold them with just one of our silver star charms on and a clasp. I sold about 6.
Really?
5 in one order for a different type, but with that gemstone, which is why I need more.
Wow. It's just, I mean, you can't lose, can you? You know, it's win-win. There's nothing in your gemstone stash, nothing in your wire stash, your threading materials, whatever it is. This will work with everything and anything. I've got one of these strands at home actually, and I've just got a pearl in the centre. The amount of times my friends or my sister or my mum has tried to get that off me. Oh, go on. You could just make another one. Just let me have it. No. No. I love it too much. No. But it's one of those that, you know, if you are just using that, whether it's a kind of multi-stranded or whether it's just one little like 7-inch length that you take for a bracelet design, that will stand out, and that is going to be your Friday night out, your Saturday night out, Sunday night out, Monday, Tuesday, whatever night you like. Incredibly lustrous. More luster for me than a black diamond. Better than a black diamond, in my opinion. And actually, So much more affordable. Can you imagine if this was 18 carats of black diamonds? I mean, here at Jewellery Maker, you know we'd bring you a great price tag, but there's no way it would be anywhere near where we're going for you this afternoon. Now, telephone bidders, you can't see the price tag. You have no idea. I have no idea. Webbers are multi-buying left, right and centre. Now, if you're watching on the website, when we load the graphics for the auction, a price tag will come up. It could be the price tag. It may not be the price tag. However, it's going to give you a little inkling as to where we're going. And if you're happy to pay that, which clearly many of you are, you're already checking out and buying 3s and 4s of these, which makes me highly suspicious. Telephone bidders, if you haven't dialed yet, I would do it now, because these will sell out. I only have 87 chances available. 87. And Danny just said, you know what, if we had 187, it wouldn't be enough. Do you think I'll get some? No, basically then. Okay, so the majority that I've checked out are web bidders, but then there's a few telephone bidders like our Mirabelle, our Mary in Yorkshire. Where have you been, Mary? She's got 2. Danny's somebody that's been with us since day dot, that trusts us, that knows that we're not going to let you down on price here. No way. And then there's Molly in Greater London, who's on the telephone lines as well. No idea of the price tag, but Molly's in, and Molly's got 4. Yeah. But then there's Hilma, who's on the web. Hilma's got 5. So I'm just thinking, if we took this to £14.95, that'd be great, wouldn't it? I mean, that's 18 carats of the work and the time that has gone into this strand is huge, absolutely huge. So that, you know, that price I think would be great. Danny says, do you know what? You can take that price, you can forget it. And you can pretty much half that price. £7.95. We do not stand a chance, Gemma.
No, we don't.
Not a chance. £7.95 for you this afternoon. UFVX72 is your code for this one. This is the thing, Gemma. None of them are even going to come back. It's not even worth us writing the code down and saying, well, we'll just check. You know, we'll keep a check. No chance whatsoever. There's so many of you multi-buying. That quantity is actually falling much, much quicker than you can see on your screen right now. I've got a single figure quantity left. And at this moment in time, I've got about 40 in baskets. 40. Oh. Wait until you see what I've got coming up for you next. Gorgeous. UFVX72. In fact, I mean, they're meant to be together. It's like roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. It's like Prosecco and raspberries. Strawberries and cream.
Bangers and mash.
Oh yeah, bangers and mash. Chips and curry sauce. Anyone hungry? I'm sorry. These. Nobody has a dry chip, do they? No. Curry sauce, mushy peas, you know, I'm talking chip shop. Anybody I'm talking no salt and vinegar. No. Go have salt and vinegar. Yeah. It's the one day I'm like, yeah, you get that salt on. I don't put salt in any food at home, but when I go to the chip shop, yeah, let's make it for it. These. Oh, I'm not going to get these either, am I?
What are they?
Coated garnets. Oh, diamond. Oh, they are. How many do we have? Well, these. How high end do these look?
They look almost silver, but then when I see the red, yeah, absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, Christmas.
They are very Christmas.
Aren't they just?
They're for the edge of your poppy. There you go.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so these are around the edge of your poppy. You've got your blacks around the middle. These around the edge. Oh,
beautiful.
Goodness. 16 chances. 28 carats of your diamond get out. Danny's just told me where we're going on price. Gemma, can you just did you hear him?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
I'm not on anymore.
Oh, okay. Have a guess, Gemma, where this is going on price.
Oh, it's going to be silly. $12.95.
Gemma's out. Try $6.95. $6.95. This is not a £6.95 strand. $6.95. My gosh. My gosh. Well done. I wish we had more. I'm really, really sorry. I've got people buying threes there as well. Loads in baskets. Unfortunately, every single one of you that has these in baskets, you're not going to do it. I'm so, so sorry. Oh, such a Christmas strand. Goodness. Sorry, lovely. More chromed upside. Yeah, we had 2 strands earlier on. Nah, I forgot. Nah, how could you forget? Goodness, look at these. Oh. Now we've found the torch, I'll use it. Look at the clarity. Look at the colour. Oh, it's just like the dreamiest green. Whoa. Kryptonite. That is just incredible, that hue, and that is 100% natural as well. The clarity, do you know what, I don't think there's such a thing as bead quality chromed upside, because I've never seen it. Every single strand that we have here at Jewellery Maker, I'm sure I sit here and say this is gemstone quality. This is the quality that you would see set into jewellery. Now, guest designer Fleur Hastings was with us last week. And the first thing that I noticed when she walked into the room was her 2 chromed upside rings that she was wearing. Straight away. I was like, oh. One of my favourite gemstones are green. However, it is a fact that when you walk into a room, there are 2 colours that you are instantly drawn to. So one is red and the other is green. If you are wearing chromed upside, if you are wearing emeralds, if you are wearing peridot, you've got to have green on your craft stall. It will pull that crowd in. It will make people look at what you have on your craft stall. This collector's gemstone, 25 carats of chromed upside you have here, 2x1 to 4x2 millimeters in size, and that is a 19 centimeter strand. Again, every single one faceted beautifully. I put these with the garnets that we've just had, or that to me, that's like 3 figures. That just says
it certainly looks that way, doesn't it? Yeah. They're
so
stunning.
high end. We're at £29.95, but I only have 8 chances left, and guess what? That's not your price tag either. 0800 644 655 KPRU19. That's a massive drop for you.
Wow.
£18 a night for chrome dioxide. 8-week window, that's all we have to mine this gemstone, July and August, and that's an if. That's a big if. Then we've got to get into the mine. Then we've got to find some chromed upside. If we find some chromed upside, is it gemstone quality? Gemstone quality? Oh my gosh, this is so much more than that. 3 chances in total. That's all we have left. Collect it in Lancashire, collect it in Merseyside, Margaret in Merseyside, Marion, Alicia, Leslie in Denbighshire. I'm not sure which one of you is going to do it, and I've still got people joining you as well on the web, so it is fastest fingers first right now. If you've got a phone in your hand, all about checking out. Must check out. What's that? Oh, Amber Charm. Where will I find this? I've never seen this before. Oh. Look at this. Oh, is it Leah that does the dolphin noise? It is, yeah. It's Leah that does an impression of a dolphin. It's even better than an actual dolphin. We're ringing down. We're going to get into the studio. She's in the building. It doesn't matter. She's on a break. Get her in. She does the most. Have you ever heard it, Gemma?
Yes, I have,
It's, I don't, it's, do you know, like, it's one of those where you think, where did that noise come from? How on earth did you do that?
It is impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Anyway, we'll see if we can get our... I love the fact that Danny's just called down to the office and said, right, we need Leah urgently, please. Can you find her? We need her to come and do a dolphin noise on air. She's in the kitchen. She'll be here. 925 solid sterling silver charm with your amber as well, your Baltic amber you've got there. This is gorgeous. This is so beautiful. Charms are something that a lot of people collect. I think to me, you know, a charm bracelet is more of a timepiece than a watch, if that makes sense to me. I think it's something that you can collect over time. You hand that down, and it's Gemma's like, what are you on about? Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? No.
I do. I know what you mean. Yeah. I know what you mean now. I mean, it took me a while.
So, if you want to come in and buy one with someone, it's a great gift, isn't it? To start off somebody's collection, or, oh, hang on a minute. I think there's an actual dolphin just come into the studio. That's like better than an actual dolphin. Can you come a bit closer, Leah, and do it again? I can't do it. How do you do it, Leah? Do you not know? Is it just something that you kind of do? How did you discover that you could do that? Just out of interest?
Just happened.
Just randomly turn into a dolphin one day? Brilliant. It's amazing. Thanks for coming up from the kitchen. Oh, wow. That's always straight, you know, well, when is the point that you realise that you could do that? I mean, does she just sit there one night at home? I can't even...
I wonder if she's ever actually spoke to a dolphin. Maybe she actually tried it out on a dolphin.
Have a conversation with a dolphin.
I bet she has, but she's tried it.
Oh, if she
I'd like to know what the response was.
The dolphin just swam away. 925 sterling silver charm you've got here. There is a very famous charm brand out there on the high street. You can be paying kind of prices for £40 to around £40 for just a 925 solid sterling silver charm with no gemstones. This is genuine amber you've got there, and we're at just £9.95. So perhaps you know somebody that is off on their travels, perhaps you know somebody that loves sea life, perhaps you know somebody like Leah who just sounds like a dolphin. Anyone got up a Secret Santa? I was just thinking. Too early, no one's done it yet. OT, no. OT, GY27, it's never too early. And just £9.95 for you this afternoon. Add that one to your order. Christmas gift, perfect. Absolutely perfect. OTGY27. Actually, unless she says, I made a big poppy with the black spinel centre last night. Looks amazing. Oh, Angela, you need to put that on our website. You need to post that picture on Facebook. Need to see it. Wall of Fame entry as well. She could be winning £100 credited to your account. And all you need to do is send in your picture. What did I say? Did I say £100? Oh, I did, yeah. £100 if you're the winner, £50 if you come second. And I'm not even allowed to enter. Rubbish. Sylvia in Staffordshire, Ruth in Hampshire, Denise in Norfolk, Alexander in West Yorkshire, Diane in Essex ×3. Did you ever send in any of your? Did you ever send in any, Gemma, before you were an employee?
No, because I've been here nearly since the beginning.
Yeah.
I literally found it and started work. So.
Oh wow.
So yeah, it's pretty quick for me. Yeah. So I was never allowed to enter.
No time for waffing. I've got one. Oh no, I haven't, because I'll have it. It's not how it works, apparently. I can remember doing this before. I don't want to do it. Ryan says, give everyone a chance now. I mean, what would you say to that? Bearing in mind that 56 points is over... Where's this like? Let me have a look then. No. This is what I'm saying. 56 points of diamonds. How often do we see carat weights of diamonds like this in components at Jewellery Maker? I mean, Mum, if you're stuck as to what to get me this year for Christmas, yeah, I'd love it. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. I mean, talk about special. Imagine, guys, if you're watching, and perhaps your other half has got the television on, you're not particularly into Jewellery Maker, but your other half is, pay attention now, because this could be the most affordable piece of diamond jewellery you ever purchase for your other half. So, you know, just pretend, carry on, pretend you're making the dinner, that's fine, carry on pretending you're making the cup of tea, but keep listening. All you need to do is remember this number, 0800 644 655. 0800 is easy enough to remember, isn't it? Remember the 644 655. Quickly get out of the room and dial that number and tell them you need this for your wife or your girlfriend. £115.95. There isn't anywhere else I can think of right now that you would be able to get this carat weight of diamonds set into 95 sterling silver anywhere near that price tag. That is 56 points. That is over half a carat of genuine diamonds that you have there. Pop that onto a 925 sterling silver chain and that's it, isn't it?
You don't need anything else, do you?
No.
Just that, yeah. Or even a strand of black spinel. If you're buying it for yourself, and you can make, a strand of that black spinel, or...
Gosh. Oh, it's gone.
Beautiful.
Someone in Bristol's got it.
It's close to me.
Yeah.
You never know.
You never know. You never know. Righty-ho. Have a look. Oh, I had these. Oh, it was the deal of the day the other day, wasn't it? I had these in the deal of the day, but it was the silver ones. Let me see if I can tilt these up without knocking them off the board for you. Only 13, gold plated, 925, whoopsie, sterling silver. Oh, check that out for lustre. Gorgeous. You've got your gold plated tubes here, so you could just pop a couple of them into a design if you wanted to. You could fit, I reckon, gosh, you could get your 0.6 gauge of wire through there easily. Not sure about your 0.8. Get them home and give it a go. As spacers, they work beautifully. But you could just have one of those in with some chain on a necklace design, and that would look really, really pretty. Or just pop a gemstone in between two as well. That would look great. Earrings, we saw one of our budding beaders do that with the deal of the day the other day. We had earrings, a bracelet with that curvature. They'd sit nicely around the wrist as well, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they definitely would. They're fantastic. They're great in earrings. Like,
yeah,
I love them like that.
They're so lustrous as well. And look how high, I tell you what, with the spinel that we've had, with those coated garnets that we had, with the Zambian emerald that we've got coming up for you. Oh, there's just too much to choose from.
There is.
£7.95 for 10 of them. 79 pence each. VQ GP 25 is your code for these. 0800 644 655 or on interweb. JewelleryMaker.com. What an absolute steal you've got there. Just the perfect finish for a piece, isn't it? Gorgeous. Well done if you've got those. Okie cokies. Where to now, Danny boy? Ooh. Curved chain for you. 925 sterling silver. You see, if you've got the diamond pendant, sorry if you missed out on it. There was only one, but just to kind of show you that, just pop that onto a chain. That's all you need. That's just like, I know. Oh, how did I miss out on this when we launched it? Sigh. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah,
just
really
gorgeous. I do apologise, there is only one. I better pop that back. 925 solid sterling silver chain. We've had so many components for you today. So it could be the little bell charms. Oh, Hannah, what are you doing? Goodness. The little bell charms. I've had the 95 featherweight head pins as well. Featherweight head pins that I'm absolutely... what is wrong with me? Chomping everywhere. Just thinking you could pop one of those onto a head pin, pop it through to... Obviously, I'm, just rushing this, so don't judge me by this jewellery making. But just trying to give you, an idea. And pop your little Christmassy jingle bell, just one of those onto the 925 solid sterling silver chain. Would look great if you've popped that on there properly. Unlike me, it's done it very, very quickly. 0800 644. It looks like me when I go bowling, actually, just about to bowl a ball. 0800 644 655. Don't take Gemma's microphone out, because then it just makes me look unprofessional and not Gemma as well. I see. Brilliant. 18 inches in length there. You could just put one of those bell charms on that we had earlier on. Is there any of those still available, Danny? Yes, there are a few of those left. 0800 644 655. Doesn't have to be one of those. It could be absolutely anything. Oh. Director Ryan just said, are you okay? Oh dear. I think so, yeah. 0800 644 6. I'm just going to put the bowling ball down. There we go. I'll just show you the chain now. 18 inches in length there. Solid sterling silver will add value to your pieces for you, and that is a finished chain as well. You could just wear that by itself, and it will look so pretty. You've got so much luster just from your 925 solid sterling silver alone at £7.95. Oh, is that my fault? Sorry. Oh, that kind of makes it for the silence and professionalism, doesn't it? I know. Secret Santa. Stocking fillers. Who wants a bath bomb anyway? I've got hundreds of them now. £4.95. Can I hold that up, actually? No, I've gathered myself. I should be all right, I reckon. £4.95 for it. £4.95. I can't believe I'm saying that. That's an 18-inch 925 solid sterling silver chain. That's ridiculously low. I mean, Gemma, if you were just to buy these today and sell them on, what kind of price do you think you could sell them on? Not doing anything to them.
Minimum 15. Like that would be a minimum, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
and that
I
would,
think
people
so.
would think they're getting a great price.
Yeah, they would, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
£4.95. Do you know what? Pretty much every single person that's checked out so far has got 2 of these. Margaret in Oxfordshire, you've got 2. Anne in East Sussex, you've got 2. Belinda's got 2. Collected in Shropshire's got 3. Leanne in Devon's got 2. Amanda in Nottinghamshire's got 2. Kieran in Greater Manchester's got 2. Collected in Merseyside's got 2. Patricia in Bedfordshire, you've got 2. Leslie in Denbighshire, you've got 2 as well. Congratulations to you. 0800 644 £4.95. £4.95.
The lowest ever chain we've done.
Yeah, it's got to be, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
£6.95 is, you know, that's low enough if you ask me. But £4.95, absolute pennies. Just got 4. You see, you know, keep one for yourself. But I think with this, the money making potential is too tempting to keep any for yourself, isn't it?
Yeah, or gifts. You know, just to give as a gift now and again.
Yeah, exactly. Just because. Treat yourself. I've got about 20 in baskets right now, but do you know what? There's not 20 left. I'm really, really sorry. You're going to have to check out as soon as you can. Well done, if you manage to get that one. Oh, gosh. I do believe it's time for a star buy. Oh dear. Have a look at these. Abalone, but in a shape that we just do not see very often at all. The fans. These are gorgeous. Abalone is a gemstone that is so unique. There's not many gemstones actually. When we think of all the gemstones that there are, there's not many that are individual and unique. So you know, some gemstones have inclusions that make each and every gemstone completely unique, and some have patterns and markings on them that make every single one completely different and unique. There's not a massive amount of those kind of gemstones. When it comes to abalone, no two on the planet will ever be the same. Every single one has this fantastic, beautiful iridescence. Now that iridescence that I'm talking about is that display of colour that you can see coming from the gemstone there. And no two will ever be the same. So if you look at the markings on each one and those gorgeous pools of colour that you have, they are all individual and unique. Even if you want a pair of earrings, you're not going to get a matching pair. But that's the great thing about this gemstone, is that you will be the only person on the planet, that's approximately 7 billion people, to own that particular gemstone, to have those unique markings and colours on your gemstone. How fantastic is that? Because, you know, when it comes to kind of one-of-a-kinds, they don't often come very affordably. Well, I say often, they don't really ever come affordably, do they? But this is where you are going to get, my goodness me, how many have I got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22 individual gemstones, 22 that are completely different to the next as well. This shape is such an unusual shape, isn't it, Gemma? We never ever, in fact, I can't remember any other strand I've seen other than this off the top of my head in the shape.
No, and you know, I've never had those. I've been here when they've been played, I've seen kits for them made up, and always think they're beautiful, but I've never actually had them. I would love to use them. They're so
What would you
so
do
gorgeous.
with them?
I think I'd make like big passion flower type pieces. But I'm also thinking, when I was on holiday this year, everywhere was little articulated dollies as jewellery. Oh. So, you know, they had legs that swell. And arms that moved, and I think they would make the great little body and skirt for a
perfect,
something like that. So you could be quirky with them, or you could make them into little flowers. They're all very 1920s pieces. If you just think that black spinel, one of those in the centre, that would be a real Art Deco 20s piece. Wouldn't it? You know, nothing, wouldn't need anything else.
They would look stunning. Great thing about abalone is it's always been for me quite a standalone gemstone, so I never ever really want to put it with anything else because I think, you know, it just speaks volumes by itself. But that said, if you put it with other gemstones, you know, you put it with peridot, it brings out the greens within your abalone. You know, you put it with a blue gemstone and it will bring out those blues. You know, put it with labradorite, it just looks incredible. It really, really does. So experiment, perhaps get them home and try it with, you know, next to different gemstones, see how it's going to work for you. And this shape as well, so unique. You could just have a play with those shapes, perhaps wire wrap them all together to make a kind of floral design with them. Or, you know, if you're wanting to go for something that is quite contemporary, they're great for that as well. 22 pieces in total, and they are double-sided as well, so if you just wanted to perhaps pop 2 of those on some earring findings and have those for earrings, you could absolutely do that if you wanted to. Ooh, giving away jewellery today, or gemstones I should say. RCGP31, how does £9.95 sound? There's 22 gemstones. Almost as good as this, says Ardani. In fact, they'd look nice, wouldn't they, if it was just restranded as it is, kind of fanned out in a neckline piece. Oh, she's missed them again.
Actually, really, really, really jealous.
Oh, I'm just going to hold them up. Oh, look, even from there, because they've got such lustre and that iridescence, just phenomenal. That's beautiful, isn't it?
I just think one in a centre of a neckline piece would just look gorgeous. I mean,
like one on the £4.95 chain that we just had, something like that. You know, sell that on for like £20–25. Ridiculous. You need to come in for this. And if you can, multi-buy as well. 0800 644 655, or on the web this afternoon at JewelleryMaker.com. I think this looks great with the bare copper again. You know, if you've got the kit and you've got the bare copper wire and the bare copper sheet.
Abalone and bare copper's gorgeous together.
Yeah, it's a perfect mix, isn't it? Oh, do you know what I've just thought of actually? Thinking about the bare copper and mermaids. The kind of scales, if you kind of layered them up somehow down the bare copper.
Yeah, you could definitely do that.
That would look nice, wouldn't it, with all that colour there as well. RCGP31 is your code. And Mirabelle's back in. Well done, Mary, you've got yours. Christine in Lincolnshire, you've got 2. Well done, Christine in Dorset. Gloria, Sandy, well done, Wendy. Joanne, Margaret, collected in Devon. Norma's just got 2. Well done, Anne, Josephine, you're there. Ron and Sue, congratulations. Shanaz, Dawn, you've got yours. Melanie in Essex. Jenny in Bristol, well done. Captain Celeste. I made a simple black agate ladder weave choker with the abalone fans on the bottom row, and it looks amazing.
Oh,
that sounds gorgeous.
I bet that's fantastic.
Oh, that would, see, that's quite deco, isn't it? That would look very vintage, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that looks amazing.
That looks stunning. There's so much it would go with, so much it could go with if you wanted it to, or just leave them by themselves. They look stunning at £6.95. That is a kind of try before you buy price tag, isn't it? Really, it's like you know, I'm just going to test the water, see how it works with other gemstones and other colours, and then maybe, you know, make a bigger purchase. £6.95. I'm giving these away today, we really are. 0800 644 655. If you've got them in your basket at the moment, just check out. It's one of those as well, isn't it, that's always very popular. I think because it's such a unique gemstone. If nobody's ever seen it before, it's kind of a talking point, isn't it?
Yeah, they want to. You'll find people who either say, "Is that abalone?" or "What is that?"
Yeah.
You know, either way, they're excited by it. So you know, it's a winner all the time, isn't it?
Definitely, absolutely. RCGP31 is your code. You've got the real deal at £6.95. Fantastic. Well done. Oh, I picked these up earlier on, didn't I? Love this strand. I'm just going to show you this one. It's coming up for you in 5 minutes time. Never ever seen clarity like it on emerald here at Jewellery Maker. One auction. Have a look at these. If I could have, I might say this about a couple of gemstones, because thing is, here at Jewellery Maker is we're spoiled, aren't we, really? We have so many different gemstones, so many different colours that, you know, you prefer some strands to others, and you kind of, your top list kind of changes around all the time. Mine is consistently the same. Top 6 are green gemstones, my favourites. And my number 1 is Ambient Emerald. If I could have a 1.5 in between number 1 and number 2, it would be fluorite. I absolutely love, love, love this gemstone so much. The colour variety that you get from this gemstone is just fabulous. And I love it when we bring you a strand that has all of these colours, that features all of these colours. When we bring you a strand that not only has all of these colours, but it's the desert island size. Oh, you've got to come in and get this. Got to come in and get this. 6mm rounds. And I've got to be honest with you, 6mm rounds in fluorite. I've seen the coins, I've seen the faceted rondelles before. I don't very often see perfect rounds like this, certainly not the 6mm either. I would just have those as stretchy bracelets. That's me done. Come winter, autumn, summer, spring, all year round, you've got those gorgeous amethyst purples in there, beautiful green hues, glacier blues in there as well. Just gorgeous. Love that. You could easily get 2 stretchy bracelets from what you have here. You could pop jump rings in between each one if you wanted to, so that you can attach charms there. It might be the bell charm. I'll just pop that on. Just I've got a head pin now. I'll just borrow that for a bit of leverage. You could just pop one of those on there, or you could go all out and pop loads of them. You know, if you've got the 10 pack that we had earlier on, get them all on there. You're going to have that movement, you're going to have that lovely sound in your jewellery as well. Any of the charms that you've got from us would work in that design. 0800 644 655, 120 carats of your rainbow fluorite you've got there. WYKY 87 is your code for this one. Did we not start off this hour and I said, is this an under £10? Was it this hour? It was, wasn't it? What's going on? £6 and 95 pence. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 80, 60 to 80 gemstones on that strand. What would you do? What would you do with your 6mm rounds, Gemma?
6mm rounds, like you said, they're great as just they're great for stretches. They're perfect size, I think, for your wrist. But they're also not too small too big to use in beady beads or ladder weaves. Yeah. So you can still group them together. They're just on that one where they're big enough on their own, but they're not too big to use sort of in clusters or weaves and things. Yeah, they look great, and that's what it is, a desert island size, isn't it? Because there isn't anything that you can't do with the 6mm round. Is fantastic. Pop them into kumihimo, macrame again, you know, with all those colours. It might be that you want to, you know, take out those gemstones, cut the strand and kind of take the tealy hues together and the purples together and the greens. Whoopsie, durable. Good job. £6 and 95 pence, 100% natural. Get checking out. It's time. I've been waiting. Do you know what? I've been waiting for this. I think Danny did this on purpose as well. It's my favourite gemstone on the planet. It's the best example of this gemstone I've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker. And he leaves it as my last star buy. Save the best till last, maybe. It's time for you to send me an emerald. Where do I begin? Where do I begin with this? Well, I tell you what. I'll just tell you that quantity for this is very, very limited. I only have 28. That will be 27 if I can get one of these. I have been told, I have asked already. I did say to Danny earlier on, can I log on air again and get this? And I've been told no today because the quantity is too low.
I know. The reason I could do it with the head pins is because we had hundreds of them. But this quantity is too low, so I've got to make sure that the customers get theirs first. If there's any left, that's absolutely fine. I'm fine with this, fine. My favourite gemstone on the whole planet. I have brought you not a massive amount of Zambian emeralds here at Jewellery Maker, but I've brought you a few. We mainly have Brazilian emeralds. You know, if you see your darker emeralds, your bead quality emeralds, the majority of those are Brazilian. Occasionally we've had Colombian emeralds here at Jewellery Maker as well, which you know, that said, it's, you know, they are some of the most sought after emeralds in the world, Colombian. They can command some of the biggest price tags, and they're some of the rarer emeralds out there. But if I put a strand of Colombian emerald next to this strand right here, you would notice a significant difference. And that would be in that colour. Because for me, Zambia gives us the most vivacious, incredible, dreamy emerald city green that you have ever seen in emeralds. Now, I never ever used to like green gemstones, not at all. Never even looked at them, didn't like them, wasn't even an option. And then it was a Zambian emerald that was set into a ring that caught my eye one day, and I thought, you know what, I mean, I don't like green gemstones, but that is beautiful. And then I saw chrome tourmaline, and I thought, you know what, that colour, it's just so deep, you just want to dive into that colour. And then I saw peridot, and then I saw zavarite garnet, you know, and all these green gemstones kept popping up. I was thinking, do you know what, how can you not love that colour in a gemstone? You know, it comes in so many different tones across all of the green gemstones. It is such a vivacious colour, whatever tone that comes in. It's Mother Nature's backdrop, you know. Just stunning. Now you have Zambian emeralds that are, you know, millions and millions of years in the making. Each one of these is a little snapshot of history. No two will ever be the same. Now, you know how with the abalone I was talking about individuality in some gemstones, you know, we want to see inclusions. Most emerald lovers, including myself, will tell you, in my emerald, I want to see those inclusions there. I want to see them. It's Mother Nature's fingerprint on that, you know, 50 million plus year journey that this gemstone has come on. It makes that emerald individual to you. It means that nobody else in the world will have exactly the same emerald as you. You have 12 carats of the best clarity I have ever seen here at Jewellery. I've never seen clarity like this here at Jewellery Maker. I would go, well no, I'm going to say they're gemstone quality. These aren't bead quality, they are gemstone quality. That clarity, in fact, you're lucky if you get this clarity, this kind of clarity, set into a ring. Yeah, I've got a couple of emerald rings. I've got a couple in silver that I bought over the years. I've got my piece, my actual piece that I just love. I treated myself because I love this gemstone so much. Over at Gemporia, I got a great deal. You know, I'll be honest with you, I paid 3 figures for that ring. I had it valued. In fact, I had 3 valuations. I had one at £10,000, one at £11,000, and one at £14,000 for that ring. It can, and Zambian emeralds can fetch huge price tags. Obviously, that was for insurance purposes, so that was a you know, a valuation to replace the ring. But if you look at Zambian emeralds anywhere, they don't come very affordably. Now, all of our Zambian emeralds come from the Gemfields mines over in Zambia. Gemfields, a couple of years ago, brought Fabergé, one of the biggest designer houses in the world, Cole Fabergé. Zambian emeralds, all of our Zambian emeralds, all of their Zambian emeralds come from exactly the same mines, the Gemfields mines over in Zambia. These emeralds have come from the same mines that Fabergé's Zambian emeralds have come from. Now, if you go onto Fabergé's website and you have a look for specifically Zambian emeralds and you have a look at price tags, you may have trouble finding them, and when you do find them, you may be looking at 4 to 5 figures in those price tags. I once upon a time tried on a Zambian emerald in Harrods in London, just because the lady said, would you like to try it on? I said yes. It was just over 6 carats. It had 2 diamonds accenting, and I'm guessing it was set into platinum. She asked me if I'd like to know the price. I said yes. And she went and looked in a book. And she came back and she told me that that ring was £138,000. I told her I'd be back. Still haven't gone back. If you do your research into emeralds, they can command huge. I mean, let's face it, emerald, it's one of your big 5. It's one of the most precious gemstones on the planet. For me, out of all of those big 5, it's the best. If you haven't dialed yet, do it now. If you don't have any emerald in your stash yet, do it now. I only have 28 opportunities to bring you. That is it. And let me tell you, in fact, Danny, do you know how many of these we had originally? Knew it, 50. There was no way that we would have got, oh, look at that clarity. Do you know, if I'd have tuned in and not seen those graphics, or they weren't on screen, I wouldn't have thought that was emerald. No. You wouldn't, would you?
I thought it was dark side. When you picked it up, I thought that can't be, because that's what emerald wants to be, and that's what you imagine it to be, isn't it? And that's always what dark side brings you. Yeah. But that's incredible.
Isn't it just that clarity? Do you know, there's nothing I would change about this emerald. Nothing. Not clarity, not tone, not saturation, the hue, nothing. That for me is utter perfection. 12 carats of Zambian emerald, 2x1 to 3x1 millimeters in size, 18 centimeter strand that you've got there. ANGZ47 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655. It's not going to be £138,000. It's not going to be £14,000 or any thousands of pounds for that matter. I've got multi-buyers. In fact, it's only going to be hundreds. Not even going to be hundreds. I did say this would be a considered purchase, but can I just say, for what you are getting here, this, in my eyes, is not. £49.95 for the best clarity. I'm sure you're all sat at home completely agreeing with me that you've never ever seen clarity like that in an emerald here at Jewellery Maker before. This is gemstone quality for me. It really is. I wouldn't be using anything less than 925 solid sterling silver with that one. Collect it in Bedfordshire, Kim in Gloucestershire, Sally in Somerset, Leslie in Denbighshire, Jill in Leicestershire, Penny in Surrey, Tracy in Norfolk's got 2. Collect it in Gloucestershire, Kathleen in Alaska, Angela in Nottinghamshire, Fiona in Dumfries and Galloway. Collect it in Bedfordshire, you've just got 2. Congratulations. Anita, you're there as well. Get out. That's not where we're staying. I am not going to get this at all. Well over half of the stock has gone. If you have already checked out, a massive congratulations to you. You have just got the best Zambian emerald I've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker for £39.95 for you this afternoon. Come in and get those featherweight head pins as well. Oh my gosh, you need to use those in your designs. Earrings, cluster earrings, beautiful channel set rings with these as well. If you've got your 925 sterling silver adjustable ring mounts from us here at Jewellery Maker, popping that into a bracelet. In fact, a whole suite, do you know what? If you think that looks good now, I can't wait for you to get this home. Cannot wait for you to get these home. Collect it in Bedfordshire's just checked out. Well done. Collect it in Merseyside. P.M. Mrs. Jane, Nottinghamshire. Collect it in Kent. Julie in Bristol. Collect it in Gloucestershire. Get checking out. Not everybody will be successful now, unfortunately. So please get checking out. And telephone bidders, if you've just made your mind up just this second and you're thinking, Not going to do it now. I mean, I do love it, but I'm not going to do it now. You've got time. You have got time. 0800 644 655. Completely natural Zambian emerald at £39.95. And that price tag will go back up, by the way, so just make sure you check it out. Actually, can I just say congratulations, because most of the webbers there are checking straight out. People are coming in and checking out straight away. So a huge, huge well done to you. This, for me, is one of those strands that I would call a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You know, 2 years I've not seen a strand like that here at Jewellery Maker. I don't imagine that we're going to see strands like this again very often at all. I mean, if that sells out tonight, who knows when we'll see Zambian emerald like that again. Well done if you managed to get that. Right. Oh, the spinel that we had earlier on. Gorgeous spinel strand. Did this one sell out? Did this one sell out? No, the spinel that Gemma had as a challenge. Oh, Gemma, look at this pendant. I love that. See, that is totally less is more. Yeah. Look at me.
Well, I was going to fill it, and then I heard in the gallery, 6 minutes to go. And
I thought, really? I like that. With just the one in there.
Turns out nice.
Yeah. Oh, that's gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. Earrings as well here. Oh, the little bell charms on the end. Yeah. Love that. £24.95 we took that strand down to. I cannot believe there are any left with that. It's such a popular strand, so beautiful as well. Gemma, when are you back?
I'm back on the 12th.
And that will be with...
Yes, I'm back on the 12th.
With who?
With you. We're doing something special on the 12th.
I know, 4 times in a couple of weeks. Brilliant. Gemma will be back on the 12th, so make sure you're tuning in then. I'm going to be back with you tomorrow, joined by Laura Binding on tomorrow's show as well for the Masquerade weekend. So do make sure you're tuning in then as well. But stay tuned, because Zena is up next. She's taking you through the late show. She's got lots and lots of deals. She'll be joined by Kleshner as well. Lots of treats coming up for you. Whatever you're doing for the rest of your evening, have a great evening, have a safe evening, and I shall see you back here tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Take care.